Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to crumble!
I'm Joshua Kemble, and welcome to Joshua Kemble's Livestream. I've been a freelance illustrator and graphic designer for over 20 years. I was an art director for 9 years. And when I'm not art directing and working on illustrations and graphic designs, I'm working on comic books and graphic novels, and that's usually what I do during my streams. And while conversations can go all over the place on this stream, from spicy and entertaining to goofy and silly, one thing stays consistent throughout every stream. I'll always be working on art. So pull up a chair, get your art supplies out, and get ready for an entertaining show that'll keep you company while you work on your own personal art projects. This is Joshua Kemble's Art Stream. All right, guys, this is Joshua Kemble's live stream, episode 383. We're going to finish coloring page 121 of Not Death But Love, the Strange Supernatural Story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning. You're going to hear sounds of homework being done in the background. And we're just going to finish up this page. So this is a Victorian era graphic novel. I just noticed that I missed a couple lines here to make this a little more believable. So this is a Victorian era graphic novel that's about Elizabeth Barrett Browning, written by Lavender Vroman, and basically illustrated by me. And I've been kind of carving away at this page on and off for the last day. And what I need to do is finish my flat colors to kind of round this out and finally get to the finish line. So that's kind of the goal here, is to just kind of include flat colors and talk to you guys about stuff that's on my mind, stuff about the process, and just kind of, have you guys keep me company while I'm laboring away. It'll probably be another hour or so, I'm imagining, until I'm able to finish this, possibly longer. So we'll see how that goes. I am glad to be back to live streaming, though, because I feel like either way, what I'm doing is kind of investing a little bit of time into these books, but a lot of the time it's like solitary time or time where I'm listening to things in the background, and it is fun to kind of use these as times where I can basically like hang out with my audience, hang out with my friends, and kind of get this stuff done. So that's the goal here. I think that we might be being joined by Scott Cirkland a little bit later on in the evening. I think he said in about 20 minutes. He might be hopping on and kind of hanging out, working on art with us. Aside from that, just kind of trying to stay focused and get this done. There's a couple things I wanted to do today. My goal today, once I get this done, is to take more photo references. I use a lot of photo reference when I'm working. I encourage people to always do that, honestly, as artists. I think you kind of need reference of some kind, whether it's the ideal reference is always going to be a live model. But, most of us are not extremely wealthy where we could afford to have like a live models pose in ridiculous poses for long periods of time for us. But the nice thing is, this day and age, we all have a camera. We all know people, and you can get people to basically hold poses and get reference and stuff that is going to help your drawing be a little more informed. And so that's been really cool. One thing that's been really fun though, about kind of like teaching art for high school and stuff too, is kind of, again, you kind of get in a routine as an artist working commercially, right? Where you have specific ways of working. And quite often, like a lot of modern work is done. Oh, nice. Pepsi's joining us saying, good evening. He said, your comic book snow flurry appearing randomly every now and then. Haha, fun. Hope the art goes well. Thank you, Pepsi. Yeah, I hope it does too. So yeah, like, so one of the things that I've liked about teaching kind of like art one is there's some tools that like I totally know how to use and I haven't used in years, like markers and colored pencils and um oil pastels and charcoals, and eventually we're going to get into like painting, and these are all things I love doing and love using and have been trained how to use and I've used a lot, but I haven't used in, some of them in, like 20 years or 15 years. And so it's kind of fun to have exercises where you're doing that, showing people how to kind of do, like 2 point, 1 point perspective from their heads and be able to make buildings or cityscapes. Um, that's been really fun. It's been like a nice little activity and also a reminder of some of the basics, which is really good and always healthy. Because the downside of commercial art is, you often have the time to do stuff, but everything you're doing is usually for something professional and something due, something on a deadline. And so to be able to kind of step back and do some kind of more fine arty stuff has reminded me of like quite a few things. And it's been a really cool experience, a really pleasant experience, kind of going through that and getting the hands dirty again. Generally, every graphic novel I've done up to this one, I inked traditionally. And so that's been, really fun to kind of do a different technique and work digitally. But also, there's a part of me that like really misses getting my hands dirty with ink. And so having that day job too, where I'm like teaching, the basics, it's like I'm definitely being able to get my hands dirty doing ink. Using some traditional materials again. And that's been really fun too, because I feel like for the last little bit here, I've been very digital, which is kind of funny because oddly enough, this is probably the most kind of traditional material type of book. Like when you when you look at it with the shading and stuff, this is not a traditionally executed comic. It looks much more traditional art, like it has like shading that goes into value and it's not really using ink. And it's, again, you can only really see that when you see the shading area over it, but it has more of kind of a rendered pencil vibe. And so it is kind of ironic and funny that the least traditional execution thing that I've done in comics so far also ends up being the most traditional. I mean, the least traditional executed ends up being the most traditional in view, which I always think is kind of fun. But one thing that I've been reminded of in teaching those classes too is the fact that, having your foundations down, um, having an understanding of how to use all sorts of traditional supplies is going to really benefit your digital art. Um, and I think as we start moving more and more towards a world where people are using AI and cheats and programs and stuff to kind of mimic and fake being artists, I think that those traditional, those foundations and those kind of more traditional foundations and traditional groundings in traditional medium, I've been saying traditional a lot, but I think those things are going to become more and more important because all the little gimmicks and all the little tricks that are digital I think are going to transparently become too slick and too smooth and too good. And it's going to be kind of equivalent. This is my own theory, but I think it'll become equivalent to like almost like a synthesized orchestra, where it's like it starts mimicking the sound very convincingly, but after a while, you want to hear a real orchestra because there's just something about it that's uncanny. It hits this uncanny valley thing. Where at least for me, and again, we'll see next week. We'll see next week how it works, because again, I sometimes have faith in people that goes to a really bad extent. Like sometimes I'll have faith in like the American public to do the right thing and they won't, Anyhow, my point is just that sometimes I'll have the wrong faith in people. Like I'll think too highly of people and then I'll be surprised at how bad people are. It's like the rational actor fallacy I've mentioned before on this stream, where I tend to make that mistake, the rational actor fallacy, where I will kind of assume everybody's a rational actor, that people are rational players on the stage of life. And then I'll be sorely disappointed that a lot of people aren't acting rationally or using common sense. And usually a lot of those people will be the first to say common sense, They'll be like, oh, just use common sense, to kind of avoid actually rationalizing and using common sense and looking at factual basis to draw conclusions, vetting facts to make sure they're accurate, that kind of stuff. Anyway, that was a rant. But my point is, in general, my hope is that people will kind of react like they do with synthesizers, where there's just something in the uncanny valley that's just too synthetic about AI, and they'll return to kind of wanting more traditionally executed stuff, which isn't to say we shouldn't do digital art. It's just to say that our approach, I think, should be really based in the foundations, because I think the foundations are going to be what save us. But I don't know. For all I know, I might be one of those old people, who's going to be insisting on using typewriters when everybody's using a computer. Which would fit my personality. I am very much that type of personality. Yeah. So anyhow, that was just a random thought. But my point was also that if you ever feel in a rut with art and all you've been doing is digital, maybe get a pack of crayons, from like Walmart or something. Just get like a small pack of crayons. And from that pack of crayons, just play around and mess around with drawing again and kind of find the joy in drawing and using the limitations of a piece of wax with dye in it. Enjoy like kind of those limitations and the ability to draw and the ability to make like a white page into something. It's pretty fun. It's been pretty liberating. And a good reminder that this whole thing we do is really fun. It's really hard, this thing we do, but it's super fun. And a lot of it is just time, effort, and commitment. Dylan said typewriters are cool. I hope they're cool. I know Cory kind of collects some typewriters. I've actually met a couple of people who collect typewriters. Back when I had just changed careers from, I left my position as an art director and was starting to sub full-time places. I was just subbing. I was being a substitute teacher basically for a little bit there. I met another person. I got a gig subbing for, like about a year at a school. And one of the other subs who was kind of hired on for the year was like an avid typewriter collector. And so they would, basically like collect and restore old typewriters. I was like, what a cool idea. It's kind of a fun thing to have. Dylan was saying, I've been wondering if common sense is actually a thing or not. Yeah. Well, the problem is if you use the word common sense, it's like whose sense is it? And then is it so common to have sense? And then what's common sense to someone might be utter nonsense to another. Yes, what's up? I'd recommend that you might want to start off with a conversation in chat. Okay, but Ben, you need to do your homework. I know. Okay. But I'm just saying. Do your homework, Ben. Just wondering if you could. He has math homework that's left over from last week, and so he has to buckle down and get it done so he's not up all night. Actually, we were pausing your math homework because it's already like 8. And now we're just having me do my reading. Okay, then start your reading homework if you're pausing your math homework for tomorrow. Yeah. So, Ben? We still have, it's less than 1 page. So we have to do it. Which means that we're growing up with using much math for the wall. Pepsi Cola said, pumpkin flavored anything is my idea. Basic white girl inside me just clacked her Uggs. What is this? Oh, okay. Dylan said, I just ate a slice of spiced pumpkin cake. I do like pumpkin stuff, pumpkin-y stuff. You know what I haven't done that I'm kind of surprised by? I usually every year will get like a pumpkin spice latte just once, I'm not like a big Starbucks guy, but like there is something about those seasonal ones, like the gingerbread flavored stuff around Christmas, the pumpkin spice stuff around Halloween. I know it's a cold marketing scheme and stuff like that, but I fall for it. I'm a sucker for that kind of stuff. I get excited when McDonald's re-announces the McRib, and then I'll have one and remember why I didn't really want a McRib. But it'll happen again. I'll be like, oh my gosh, it's a McRib. I need to have that. And then I will regret it. Dylan said, common sense to me would be gay people being allowed to be married, but then again, I'm gay. Yeah, I think that's pretty common sense. But again, like the problem with common sense is, an appeal to common sense is tough, I think, because it is one of those things of, to some people, something is really obvious. Like I've noticed this, especially with people who aren't rational. Like most people I've met who aren't capable of kind of following like a thread of logic or like look at like the legs of an argument, or like they think they have legs to an argument that has no legs. Those people are usually the first people I'll meet who will appeal to common sense, because you'll be like, well, where did you derive this idea from, right? And they'll be like, oh, common sense. And that's always a tough one, right? Because how do you even argue with that? It's like what would you call that? It's kind of like a place you go if you want to stop thinking. Don't get me wrong. There's been great minds who've used the word common sense, and there is a certain amount. If you're ever going to delve into any kind of thinking, right, there's a certain amount of said common sense you have to use. Like, in order to conduct science, you have to have faith in the belief that the human mind is capable of understanding and observing truth. And you have to have a belief that there is some kind of discoverable truth, and that there's enough order in the universe to discover that truth and be able to kind of map it out, and that it will somehow map on to a rational system. And that in itself is kind of a common sense thing, right? It's like I can observe, and then from my observations, since there is order, even though some things seem chaotic, since there is some kind of order, I can look at that order and map it and chart it, and do controlled experiments and stuff like that in that environment, and then come up with some kind of judgment that's informed, right? And that in itself is like an act of actual common sense. But the problem is the word has been hijacked by, people who want to make wild claims and just go, well, it's common sense. And you're like, but that's a wild claim and doesn't make sense to me. Who's the commoner this makes sense to? Pepsi said, expressing logic to people with magical thinking is a pain. It is. It is. And I think we all have a little bit of magical thinking, but yeah, I think if you've ever seen the movie Idiocracy, with that circular reasoning that the characters have in it, where they're like, well, why did we have a famine? And it's like, well, because we watered our plants with electrolytes. Well, why did you water your plants with electrolytes? Well, because plants need electrolytes. But why do plants need electrolytes? Because electrolytes are good for plants. And it's like, okay. It's that kind of weird thinking where to somebody who hasn't thought super deeply about it, it just makes perfect sense to them, Philip said, hey, Dylan. Hey there, Pepsi. I'm okay-ish. Nice, Philip. Pepsi said, people who argue religion is fact-based is magical thinking due to lack of evidence, but look how it seeps into government policies, power, tyrants. It needs to be conspiracy theories being probable. Yeah, and I think that, I sincerely believe, Christianity be the truth, and I don't mean like the weird evangelical brand of it. That's actually what I sincerely believe. But I also don't think that somebody can come to that conclusion with logic alone. I just don't. I'm sincerely convinced that it is a supernatural thing. So I'll admit that on its face would sound like rational or irrational thinking. And so that's like an experience based thing, but it's like I would by no means think that I'm going to logically or rationally bring someone there. There are some rational things that could kind of act as like a slight pointer, but it's not I'm not going to conclusively lead someone to belief in what I believe, through just logic and reason. But I will say, I still am like the ultimate skeptic of anyone. Anyone with any wild claims, I am a huge skeptic. And I think that there's far too many people who claim to believe what I believe, who have just rejected all skepticism. And I think kind of joined like a death cult. So I don't know. It's hard to kind of work around that one. Philip, I hope all is going okay, man. Let's see here. I know that Dylan said, I feel like I would become more idiotic if I watch Idiocracy. It's a pretty good movie. It's a pretty good movie. Dylan said, I'm a witch and a pagan. Okay, cool. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't personally just find, yeah, that's I guess what I'm saying, still going on the common sense thing, I'm also coloring, and this is an interesting topic to kind of delve down. But I do find that, like, under the common sense thing, that can be a dangerous road. It's kind of like, have you guys ever noticed that when you're talking to somebody and they tell you to do your research, um, they probably have done no research whatsoever on whatever it is that they're telling you to do research on? Have you guys ever noticed that? Like, to me, if somebody's saying, "Hey, do your research," um, it's I in the last like 4 years have never had that result from somebody who's actually researched something. That usually means that they read like a blog or saw a YouTube video or something, and come to some wacky conclusion of something they want to kind of believe, regardless of the evidence. And I feel like common sense is kind of heading down that road too, where a lot of people who say it's common sense are kind of like not making any sense and not using common sense. Because the idea of common sense was not just like something you innately feel. It's kind of similar to the idea of logic or rationality, where it's like, oh, oh, I think we got the Circland. I think we got the Scott Circland joining us, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if I can get him added in. Let's see if this works. Let me try this and then add Mr. Circland in.
Oh, let me get my mic. Hold on. There we go. Can you hear me?
This brand here. Hold on. I think I can hear you. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me? All right.
Yes.
Mr. Circland.
All right.
All right. How's it going, man?
Good. I'm glad you're streaming because I got this this promotion I'm doing. So I figured it'd be good to get on here and work along with somebody rather than just by myself.
Nice.
I was listening to your live streams, the recordings. I keep missing them live, but I've been listening to the recordings, so I'm glad I got a chance to get on. So
nice. Yeah, it's always fun to hang and work on stuff. That's why I kind of started live streaming again too. It was like kind of missing the how do I get the branding to show up here? Hold on. It's been a while. It's gonna be here somewhere. It's gotta be here. It's not under banners. Brand.
it's under brand, isn't it?
Is it?
I think so.
How do I do the displaying names or whatever?
Oh, yeah, that's weird.
Show display names. Boom.
Oh, there
we go.
See, what's weird when I logged in, because last time, I'll break the fourth wall here a little bit, but last time I had changed it to Stan the Man, and then I didn't put a website link. But this time when I went in, it didn't ask me for the website link, so I don't know how to add that. But
how to add your link?
Yeah.
I wouldn't remember either because it's like, yeah, I don't know. I'm very very much a boomer when it comes to any sort of technological stuff.
Yeah, I just figured it would ask, like, because I thought there were two bars, one where you enter your name and the other where you enter whatever else you want to put underneath it, but it didn't give me that option. So
nice. We got Frank and Rolfer Taraco.
Hey, Frank.
Saying, I was watching another live stream and they call me Ruffalo Taco. That's hilarious. So is this for Surprise Comics? The thing?
Yeah.
Nice.
So I filmed some of it. So this part I'm not filming because I'm going to go ahead and tighten it up, basically almost ink it.
Yeah.
I'm going to try a new technique. I'm going to print it out and I'm going to ink it by hand, which it's been so long since, other than sketches and stuff that I do, it's been so long since I've done like a traditional ink piece. Yeah. But I figured this way I could actually sell the original. So, but
nice.
I'll show you. I've got it all sketched out.
So is this going to be a Joker related like alternate cover?
Yeah. So it's not going to be alternate cover. It's going to be a promotion for their Black Friday.
Oh, cool.
So it's a card with heart. They do a thing called the Mad Love Black Friday something. I don't know what it is, but So they've done it, and Eric Henson has done all the other covers. So that's what I've got to kind of level up to.
Oh, that's not intimidating at all.
Yeah. So, but I think this one I think I got a good design here, so I think people will dig it.
Yeah, it's looking really nice.
But the cool thing is you can put it either way. There's no right or wrong. Like you can have Harley on top bar to flip it around or whatever.
I always think that's a cool thing to do with posters is or books, like where if you can come up with a design that flips. Yeah, even if it weren't a card, it's just a cool concept to have a design that flips and can be either right side up or upside down and still work. I love that.
So they're gonna. I think with any purchase on Black Friday, you'll get this, and then after Black Friday, they'll set. He sells them for like $15 a print or something like that.
Okay,
that's
cool.
Hopefully, I'll be able to make some money off the original too. I'm gonna have to talk to Eric and see because he's always sold his originals.
Okay,
to kind of see, but.
And then do they, your name will be associated with it?
Yeah. Well, I might. So what I might do is on Black Friday, on whatever it is after midnight or something, they'll be open, and they'll have a big crowd there. So I might go there for a couple hours and just sign these things.
Okay.
And the cool thing about this design is that when they go to sign it, when they want to have it signed, that's when I say, okay, which is the top and which is the bottom. You got to decide because once I put my signature on it, that's going to determine which way is up. So
that's true.
Kind of a fun thing for, like an interactive thing for them to decide. So,
yeah. And anyone who knows Scott knows that the first thing you have to find out with Scott is, are you a top or a bottom kind of person? That's like usually the first question.
I thought about that. Yeah. I would probably make that joke depending on who I'm talking to.
That's awesome though. That sounds really fun. That sounds really incredible. When is Black Friday? Is that coming up? Am I like?
It's not coming up too soon. I mean, yes. I mean, it's mid or late November, I guess.
Okay.
But it's the day. Wasn't it the day after Thanksgiving, right? Yeah, the day after Thanksgiving.
Okay.
But I bought this thing online. It's just a light pad. I found it for like $20, and it's big enough for because it'll be like an 11x17 image.
Yeah.
And I'm going to try a different technique that I forgot where I heard about it, but where they'll print it out. You print out the design on like Bristol or whatever, but you print it in reverse, and then you flip it over, so your image is on the back. So you and then you ink.
Oh,
interesting.
On
the front, and that way there's no you don't have any pencil lines or anything, or blue lines or anything like that.
Yeah. I mean, I've lightboxed to ink before for sure from like pencils. That's like a really good way to do it if you want it clean, but I've never done it on the reverse side.
And I don't know if I like the idea of having it on the back, for whoever buys the piece. So what I think I might do is after I trace it, I'll probably get another sheet of Bristol and just spray mount it to the back so you won't even see it. It'll just be a heavier.
Okay, that could be really cool. Or you could have the other side, so it's like a double-sided.
Some people might like it. I don't know. I mean, it would be kind of cool to see that process. But I think I'm going to do a video of the whole thing. But
that would be cool.
I'm just going to ink it like I would digitally now. That way, it'll be nice and clean, so there won't be any mistakes when I go to ink it traditionally.
That's great. That's actually a really good way to go.
So, I mean, obviously we know what you're working on.
Yeah. So I'm working on, just colors, for page 121. I just have to finish my flats here. We gotta, Dylan said laughs in gay. I think he was laughing at the top and bottom joke.
Oh.
And then, Pepsi said Snickers and same as Dylan. Pepsi said, that's a nice piece, Scott. Nice. And then Dylan seconded that. And he said, Stan Lee would be proud of you and maybe take and share credit. Oh, yeah. I don't know, Scott, if you knew, but we were joined by Stan Lee on Halloween.
I heard that.
It was wild.
And he was also out at the cul-de-sac across from my house when we had a little Halloween party. He was out there mixing it
That's
up
so
with the
wild.
neighbors.
Just kind of, yeah, like trying to. I wonder if he's trying to take over your
Yeah, I
neighborhood
don't
or
know.
something.
Could be.
Yeah.
So it's from what I saw the other live streams. It looked like you guys had a fun Halloween.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. How was yours? What'd you guys do?
Well, we usually do like a little block party and hand out. We'll do like a potluck, and then we'll also hand out candy and stuff. We didn't get the last couple of years we didn't have hardly any, very few trick or treaters. So I think the only time we have a decent amount is if it falls on a weekend.
You know what was interesting was this Halloween we did trick or treating, and there were a couple neighborhoods where it was just like dead, like more dead than usual, you know.
Yeah.
And I think it might be just like a holdover from when everything was shut down, because it's like I still think there are some like kind of social conventions that are having like a slow return, you know.
Yeah. But I thought whether it was the year after, I mean, or whatever, there was one year where we did have a lot of people, so I don't know.
Interesting. Maybe people have just stopped liking your neighborhood, Scott.
Yeah, maybe.
Like next year, it's going to be taken over by motorcycle gangs. Did you ever notice that in 80s movies, how it was always motorcycle gangs that would like ruin a city?
Yeah. Or punk rockers that look nothing like punk rockers.
Yeah. And like often played by Flea. Like, yeah. No, it is interesting. Even in comics back then, where it'd be like some punk, in an alleyway, like mugging someone. I'm like, are there really a bunch of outlaw punk rockers who like mug people in alleyways? That's just not what I usually envision, if that's. Yeah.
Oh, speaking of punk rockers, and I was watching on Halloween, I was watching Return of the Living Dead.
Oh, nice.
And
I haven't seen that in years.
I think it was on Amazon Prime. So I'm watching it. And then, but I didn't finish it. I had to get ready. So I went back the next day to finish watching it. And it wanted to like charge me for it. And I'm like, what the heck? So it's like, I think it must have been free on Amazon up until the 31st. And then afterwards, I didn't get to finish watching it.
That's too bad. So are you gonna eventually finish watching?
Well, I mean, I've seen it before, but I thought it'd be fun to watch it for Halloween and everything. But then I was like, oh, I guess I'm not going to get to finish it.
So this was funny. My son's been reading The Witches by Roald Dahl.
Uh-huh.
And so he suggested that we watch the movie because he found out there was a movie. So we watched The Witches.
Most of his books.
Yeah, the one with Angelica Houston. Mm-hmm. And man, that's a good movie. I forgot how good that movie is.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen. I don't, and that. I mean, I'm familiar with most of Roald Dahl's stories, but that one I don't think I've ever read or watched the movie.
Yeah, it's a pretty funny premise. It's I think the basic gist is boy's grandma tells him about this secret group of witches that they like a certain kind of soup and they like eating pure sugar, and they think that children smell like poop, and that they want to kill all children, like exterminate all children, because they can't stand children. And so and she mentions that like their eyes glow like purple or something like that. And then flash forward, like all good Roald Dahl books, kid's family dies.
Of course.
And so it's just him and his grandma, and they go on vacation to this hotel. And it turns out that at that hotel, there's a giant convention of secret witches who have a plot to exterminate all the children in the world and turn them into rats. So that's the plot. And there's like the head witch, which is amazing. It's really good. It's actually a really good book. I like it.
Yeah, I'll have to check that one out. But I do love Roald Dahl.
It's very silly. Dylan said, I saw the majority of Witches 12 years ago, and it's gross with the effects. Yeah, it's a convention. A convention.
Convention.
But it's funny, too, because I forget what it's called. It's really cleverly named. Like, the convention is titled, like, the Society of Women Concerned for, ending the suffering of children. And then it turns out what they mean by ending the suffering of children is like permanently.
Yes.
But it's very funny. The book's pretty good too. I really loved Roald Dahl when I was a kid. I still do, but as a kid, I like went on a Roald Dahl kick and read like everything by him.
Yeah, I remember reading Charlie and the Chocolate Factory and Charlie and the Glass Elevator in school.
Yeah, I remember being kind of surprised. I might be crazy. Maybe they did make it, but as a kid, I didn't think they had made that into a movie.
The second one, no,
Yeah.
I don't think they ever have. No,
it's very silly. I forgot. I read it with my son recently, and I had forgotten that there's a whole side plot of this American like warmongering president in it, and I was like, what? Like, I didn't know there was this whole like political commentary in it. It was very funny.
Oh. Yeah, I don't remember that. But yeah.
There's like this bumbling president in it whose mom is really kind of the president, and then she's like basically like this controlling mom, and and a bunch of advisors who just shake their head yes at like anything stupid that the president says. But he wants to build like a space hotel, and so it's this whole side plot where they go to a space hotel and have a confrontation with the world's most dangerous aliens. And I was like, wow, I forgot about all that,
Yeah, that's probably why it never got made, because it's funny because they've made so many different versions of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, or then they just had Wonka or whatever.
Yeah,
but they've never done that, which maybe for good reason.
Did you ever watch the Wonka thing? I never did.
The new one?
Yeah,
I thought it was great. I loved it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, good casting, so I could imagine. So it was pretty good.
Yeah, it was very much in the spirit of like Roald Dahl, and it was fun and fanciful. Yeah, I thought they did a good job with it.
Nice. Have you ever wanted to do like a kids book?
Funnily enough, I have a kids book that I finished that I never published, and I think it's totally out of date now because it was called what every kid needs to know about the family vacation. And it was kind of like a guide to family vacations. And so much of that stuff is just not applicable for kids anymore, because it talked about what to, different things you bring on a family vacation. And it was all tongue in cheek, and it was all, and it talked about, what to do when you're at a hotel. And it was like stuff like, it's like a guide to jumping on hotel beds and just stupid, irreverent stuff for kids, or just all the, stuff that you encounter on a family vacation.
Yeah.
But it was like, here's what to pack. And it's all like all these different games and things you can play in your car, which now kids they're on their iPad or something. So
yeah. Did you ever, as a kid, have those not roadmap? It was like a road sign slider thing.
Yep.
It was like bingo, like road. And roadside.
Like some
bingo.
of them were license plates, like you had to find the different license plates from different cities. Some of them were just different sites, and once you see them, you slide them over. Yeah, we had those. Yeah.
These kids and their iPads.
Yeah, I might hold on a second. Let me see if I can find that. I think I have somewhere. Let me see if I can find my.
I feel like that would be something to recreate for your channel.
It's a really fun. I thought it was really fun, but I just never got around to, because I remember what happened was that was just when I decided to go kind of rebrand myself as kind of mad science and the robots, aliens, zombies, and everything, and it just didn't fit with the brand, which I don't know. And then later I started getting into publishing all kinds of books on Amazon and I didn't show it as part of the brand, but it still published it, which, I probably could have done something like that, but
yeah.
Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Hold on.
Well, Scott is trying to find that. Another go-to when I was a kid were Mad Libs. Mad Libs were like the car time killer. My sisters and I would like do Mad Libs for hours.
That's the first time I went to look for something where actually somewhere I could find it like real quick. Every
That's
time I say,
amazing.
let me go see if I can find this book, and I can't find it.
It's like 10 years later.
Let me see. I think there's a. I don't know if I have the. I don't have the cover design. Huh.
Frank was asking, or Roll for Taraka was asking, when we will see a Young and the Dead TV series.
Oh yeah, you tell me. I wish.
Yeah, that's true.
Man,
Tell
I don't
him
have
and
the
also
cover.
write the check to Scott Circland. You know what I'm saying? When that happens.
So this is all the artwork for the dummy, and I don't have the front cover, but like this is. I don't know if you can shoot here.
Let me see if I can.
I don't know if I can make it full screen.
Here we go.
Because I'm so. But like, so this is the little girl has to go pee. So that whole thing about are we there yet type of thing, and then
I love it.
There's a little guide to amusement parks and stuff. Part of it. Let's see. This is where the kid. This is the last page where the kid's all tired out from all the all the excitement and everything just conks out at home. And then let's see.
Well, that's great. Like the whole thing's almost.
Oh yeah, and it's I've got the dummies all done with the type and everything, and I forgot, but it was talking about this. Hard for me to like that piece of pizza, like the pepperoni. What was it? It was some. I forgot that I was trying to make a point. I forgot what that was about, but and then there's a little kid watching the time with the cobwebs and stuff like it's taking forever. Let's see. But it was a fun book. It was kind of real and then there's here's some of the things you do, activities like the slug bug where you punch whenever you see and I talked about slug bug, but then what happens if you drive by like a VW dealership? Then you just get pounded.
It's just an all-out assault. That's hilarious.
Yeah, oh, there's that's the roadkill bingo. I made a roadkill bingo.
Nice.
So there's that. This is more stuff like where is it?
That's very funny, Scott.
The biggest, and it's funny because a lot of this stuff I wrote a long time ago. There's a song by Weird Al called there's a couple songs by Weird Al. One's called The Biggest Ball of Twine in Minnesota, and this is supposed to be a big ball of belly button lint.
Oh, nice.
Biggest ball of belly button lint. But then later I wrote this before I ever heard that song. He's got another one called Albuquerque that's all about like this weird traveling and stuff like that.
Well, I also feel like a big ball of something is a pretty common idea. I mean, there's like Pee Wee Herman had his giant foil collection ball.
See a little kid in the hazmat suit. So that's the guide to public restrooms at the service stations with the key with the big license plate attached to it, so you don't steal the key. The little kid holding up that's a barf bag puppet, like when you're in a plane.
Oh, that's
activities
perfect.
And stuff. And then it talks about airplane food, of course, standard, comedian bit. Here's signs and songs and things like this is 100 bottles of beer on the wall, but I said, but we can't say that, so we're going to call it root beer. And then I forgot what I was talking about with those. And then there's I had some story where if you weren't good, then you'd have to travel with the hobos on the train. Something like that.
That's so funny.
Yeah, there's some good stuff in there.
How crazy.
There's this is the before and after of the, let's see. Before and after the amusement park.
Oh, dude.
Do that.
Wait, are like half the people gone?
No, they're there. They're just exhausted.
Oh, just like passed out. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Let's see.
Dylan said, "I remember Slugbug." I think Slugbug still might exist.
Yeah,
that might carry on.
Like the security back then, it was just metal detectors pre 9/11, and it was talking about going through the metal detector, and you got the punk rocker with all in a soldier, what do you call it? A knight in shining armor guy with a bunch of watches and stuff.
That's great, dude.
There's it's kind of a spread, but this is half the spread where it's got. If I just hold it up, that's yeah. So it's like that's the actual route where it shows like, I don't know if it's for the inside spread.
Yeah.
That's the other half of it.
Oh, that's great.
This one's funny. So this is there's a different packing between parents and kids.
Nice.
And the mom's is all like 4 suitcases and it's all packed, and then it's hard to see what's on it. So the kids just got a bunch of junk, and then the dad's is all like it's a little Old Spice aftershave, and but then this one is where's that? That's all talking about souvenirs and stuff.
Oh, nice.
It says,
I like the squirrel hat too.
Yeah, it's like some amusement park mascot, but it says, "I lost my lunch on the Hurl-a-Whirl, and all I got was this lousy T-shirt." Just, if you get stuck in the middle seat on the plane, but it's funny. I don't know. I think it's kind of out of date.
It might be worth giving it a shot anyway.
I would have, I'd have to change it. Make a thing on hotels and stuff. But yeah, the rest is just roughs and stuff. But the cover's really good. I did the color of the cover, but I guess it's not in the rest of the stuff. Yeah, so that was. Yeah, but the story. Maybe I'll if you want, sometime I could send you the manuscript. It's pretty funny. I think it's funny.
Yeah, it'd be fun to kind of check out. I had no idea. That's so funny. I assumed you had probably written something, like kids book wise, especially, you developed that whole kids show and stuff. So that makes a lot of sense, that was really cool. Thanks for sharing that, man.
Sure.
Thomas said, add old school to the title. And then Frank was saying, do people not go to hotels anymore? Yeah, there are a lot of things in that would still stand up.
Yeah, there are.
Yeah.
I mean, I just I guess I'd have to edit it.
Yeah. Just have every other word say iPad.
Yeah.
I'm kidding, because sometimes there's times where people try to modernize things. And it's like dating the thing they're trying to modernize, where you'd be like for instance, if you added an iPad, it's like, well, now it's going to be more dated in like 5 years,
Because there was when I was doing the packing thing, at the time there were Game Boys.
Yeah.
And I called it something else. I didn't call it a Game Boy, but I called it it was kind of based on a Game Boy, but it was, it was something else.
You know what I never forethought would change was landlines. So when I did Jacob's apartment, there's a landline phone.
Yeah.
That's how old that is from when I started, where people actually had landlines. And it's just a bizarre thing when I was like re-editing it, where I was like, wow, that's probably really strange to people that she's like picking up.
I guess it makes sense in 2 stories because it's true.
Yeah.
But then, I guess it could, Jacob's apartment could be set in at any time, but it's not like.
But it is funny how that dated itself within the time that it took to make the thing. Yeah. So careful with your props, guys. If you really want to do things, just never show any technology or cars ever.
Or just purposely set your stuff in the 80s or some other time like I do.
It's true. Or you could just like make it seem retro when you start the comic by being like, in 2024, back in 2024, and really by the time you're done with a graphic novel, it's going to be 2034. So, by then it'll be looking back, and you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
So if you're going to do any present stories, just, let's see here. Okay. I am so tired of drawing this carriage. I don't want to draw a carriage anymore. Not anymore, Scott. No more carriages.
How many scenes is that carriage in?
So I think this is like the 12th page. So I was just talking about this actually on a stream earlier. Maybe Scott, you could chime in on this. Do you ever get kind of tired of a location after you've had to draw it like a million times?
Sure. I'm trying to think.
So like the arcade would be a good example. Like the
Yeah.
first few pages where you're doing the arcade are probably really fun and challenging and cool. The fifth page you're doing the arcade, are you kind of like, I want to kill this arcade, like I'm over it?
No, because I think just because then I could see that being an issue, but because my story moves pretty much from place to place, they don't
Yeah.
stay in one place very long. So that's not really much of an issue with my comic.
Yeah, that's what I was saying about this too, is like usually by the page, which is about now, I'm about a page away from being completely burnt out on this background. By the time that happens, it'll be a different setting.
Yeah.
So far that's been pretty cool, And then if you return to an old setting, it's kind of fun because it's like, oh, okay, I've already established the setting, But I could imagine, man, like, if you had to do yeah, I don't know. If you had to do a comic where the setting never changes, that would be really difficult, I think. But I guess you just have to change the viewpoint and the angle and stuff. What do you think?
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah. Do you find in yours? I mean, do you switch locations around from place to place and not
Well, in
definitely
this
not?
one, for sure. I mean, like right now, they're on the road to Rome towards like the Colosseum.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're going to be picnicking in Rome. And like they were initially in England and then they moved to Italy. And then like they're on like an Italian city and there's like parades and opera houses and like, yeah. So this really does change quite a lot, like locations quite a lot. Um, there is the main residence of Casa Guidi that I've had to draw a
Mm-hmm.
bunch. So, but that's not as, I don't know. It's interesting. I guess that living room I might be a little burnt out on at this point. But that's like almost like a home base kind of thing. So there is a lot of changes, but yeah, there are these sequences, and usually by the time I'm about to burn out on a background, luckily it changes. Because I would go nuts having to draw, I don't know, the same exact background for like an entire book.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, the good thing, I mean, with that one, I mean, you're not the writer, but I mean, when you're writing your own stuff, at least you can kind of dictate, you know, where things are happening. If you don't want to keep drawing the same thing, that's a good thing about telling your
Yeah,
own stories.
yeah, for sure, I agree. Although I guess Jacob's apartment, a lot of that actually takes place at Jacob's
Yeah,
apartment. So
yeah, true.
you know, but I don't know, like, I think that is something for people to be aware of, like that, and actually to kind of roll with that because that kind of boredom that you might feel from a location could be a good indicator that maybe you need to change the point of view, or you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Um, I don't know. I was talking about that earlier. Somebody was asking about fear in art, and I was saying that like you kind of can't be too afraid of messing up when you're doing art because then you mess up. Have you ever had that, Scott, where you're like afraid of messing up and then like totally screw up because you were afraid of messing
oh
up?
yeah, I was thinking about that and I mean, it's like I said, it's been so long since I've done like a tight tradition. I do sketches and stuff, like I said, but it's like a real tight inked traditional piece, and I'm like, man, I hope I don't mess it up. But even if you do, I mean, there's like whiteout and stuff like that you can use to fix it.
Yeah,
But
and honestly,
it's kind of like ooh, and then I just went and because I wanted to make sure I went and bought like 3 new brushes, and I just want to make sure my tools are because like all my old brushes are probably like frayed. I don't want that little piece of bristle
yeah,
popping out and ruin everything. So I'm like I'm really trying to set myself up for success with this thing.
yeah, and I have a feeling you'll do fine because like I mean I've seen you ink recently, and I know you might have just been doing like a sketch or whatever, but it like you've still got it, like it's not like that. I don't know it. I don't think that goes away.
Well, yeah, I
Um,
mean, and sometimes I don't know that my hands as steady as it used to be, but
yeah.
so
Well, then you just Charles Schultz it. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. But with digital, that's the thing. Is digital, you can kind of get a little bit of correction on there. I know
That is
Cory's
true.
talked about that's the reason why he switched to that new drawing tablet, because he doesn't want any correction like that. But I want just a tiny bit, not much, just a little bit of stabilization.
Yeah, I kind of like that. We got Paul joining us again. Paul said, I was getting tired of drawing a dinner scene over and over again. Yeah, that can be tough. But Paul, your comics are so long too. I could see that because your comics are incredibly. Yeah, I don't understand Paul Pate's output. He'll be like, "This is a short one. It's 240 pages." You know.
Are you working on a new book, Paul? Or animation, or I'm curious what Paul's working on.
Yeah, I'm curious too. I might disappear for a minute. Do you want me to keep it rolling on you, or do you mind if I go to like a commercial thingy? Whichever.
Oh, you can go to commercial. Yeah, go to commercial.
So let's put on our. Let's see which one. Why am I not seeing the commercials? Am I on the wrong brand here? Brand settings. Okay, come on. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's do Wordzoid. I'll be right back.
Wordzoid.
Well, Peter, since I'm such a big music fan, I'm going to have to go with Karen Carpenter. Oh, Stu, I'm sorry. That's the incorrect answer. Trish, what you got for us?
I'm going to go with Kim Gordon.
All right, let's check that answer. Kim Gordon. Do we have a Kim Gordon? Yes, and that means you're our new Wordzoid champion, Trish. Dale, tell Trish what she's won. Trish, you've won a copy of 2 stories, a memoir of faith and mental illness. Handwritten, hand-drawn, and handed to you by artist and writer Joshua Kemble. But wait, that's not all. You've also won a copy of Jacob's Apartment, the story of a doomed romance. What happens when you take Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind and put it in a blender with Ghost World? You get Jacob's Apartment, written and illustrated by Joshua Kemble. Trish, thank you for playing Wordzoid.
All right, great job, Trish.
I was told I was going to get a lifetime supply of paper towels.
All right, and Paul said he's working on a children's story.
Cool.
A response? Yeah, and then he said a commission. Cool.
We were just talking about that, children's stories.
Yeah, that's apropos. I want your take on this. So, Halloween we do trick or treating, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm taking Ben out with his best friend. They're trick or treating. We're kind of standing a little bit back, so they feel some independence.
Mm-hmm.
And we walk to this house. We're gonna walk past it because we look in the house. Like the house isn't decorated. The lights aren't on. The door is open. There's a strange, like very bright white light inside. Like not a Halloween type light, but like everything in the room is white.
Mm-hmm.
And inside, everyone is wearing like white, but it doesn't look like a costume. It looks like a baptism of some weird kind is going on.
Okay.
And so we're like, we're going to walk past this one. And then our kids just ran directly to it to like knock on the, they didn't have the door open. They had the door open, but not the screen. So they knock on the screen and the people come out and give them candy, but we're like approaching close, like don't mess with our kid,
Mm-hmm.
And then we kind of leave, but they just looked like a strange cult and not like a costume kind of thing. And I was like, what did we walk in on? And now that same house is having like some wild party on the street. And I'm like, are they a cult? Like, I don't know what's going on with this. Have you ever heard of like a strange group of people who all wear white? Like and have like wild parties.
Do they have hoods on?
I did look to see if maybe they were all wearing the same Adidas or Nikes or whatever. But luckily, yeah, it didn't look like they were drinking any punch. It didn't look like there were Nikes on their feet. So I think we were okay. Was it Nikes or Adidas, the Hail Bop people? I can't remember.
Oh man, I don't remember. I want to say Nike, but I don't remember.
I guess I should fill people in on that for who aren't old like us.
Well, I think you're confusing two different Colts because it was Jonestown that was the Kool-Aid.
Oh no, the Jonestown one was the Kool-Aid, but there was the
actually just a correction on that. I learned recently that it wasn't Kool-Aid; it was Flavor Aid.
Flavor Aid. See, that's what happens when you do off-brand crap. You know, like you're not gonna like if you do the proper Kool-Aid and you want to ritualistically get rid of yourselves, you'll get attacked by a giant Kool-Aid man who'll break through the wall. You know, but if you do the off-brand stuff, that's where you're bound to be drinking poison. But no, the one I was referencing, the Hail Bop thing, just for anybody who's not aware, that was a strange cult that thought that a comet called the Hail Bop, it was a comet, right, Scott? Yeah, that was going to pass by the Earth at a certain time, and then that the comet would basically grab all their souls or something.
Something like that.
But they also had this weird belief that a certain pair of tennis shoes were like required to kind of catch the Hail Bop comet as it passed.
Yeah, that's right.
I can't remember. I think it was like Nikes or it was Adidas. I can't remember.
Yeah.
But anyhow, so they found the whole cult, like they had all off themselves and they were all wearing like a strange pair of tennis shoes. It was a really weird one for as far as cults go. It wasn't quite as fun as like the Rajneeshi cult though. That what is that documentary on Netflix? It's so good.
Memory on that one. Rajneeshi.
It's the oh my gosh, it's on Netflix. It's a cult following this guy named the Rajneeshi who was like a Hindu guy. But he he got kicked out of India because he was like getting people to do like crazy things and he was like defrauding the government. So he came and he recruited a bunch of people in the US and then he ended up like taking over cities, like entire little cities or towns in Oregon. And they all wore maroon. And it was like weird where it like started as like kind of a weird kind of almost like party cult where it seemed like, hey, that actually looks kind of fun, you know?
Yeah.
And then to like the point where they were just like doing all this crazy abuse and stuff to people. And then they tried to poison everybody in Portland.
Everyone?
Yes. They were going to like fast food chains like Wendy's used to have that like, that potato bar.
Yeah, yeah.
They were basically going to those places and putting poison in all the food.
That reminds me, I have a Frosty that I picked up and put in my freezer. I'm going to have to go get that. Don't dump my drink.
Yeah, that's not
I keep
a bad
going
idea.
because last year they had pumpkin flavored Frosties and they were so good.
Wait, so you got a Frosty?
I've got one in my freezer. Yeah.
Oh no way!
I went and picked some up with my. We went to Salad and Go and then I went up to Wendy's to get a Frosty. But but I kept hoping they were going to have the pumpkin one because they had it last year. It was so good. And I asked the guy and he says, I don't think so. Let me talk to my manager. He comes back and he says, yeah, we're not going to have that. He said the next flavor they're going to have is like caramel vanilla, which that sounds good too, but not as good as that pumpkin one.
That's not as good as the pumpkin thing. And I was just saying on a stream before that I'm a sucker for like the pumpkin spice stuff. Like I'm not even a Starbucks guy, but the few times of year where I go to Starbucks is for a pumpkin spice latte around October and for the gingerbread thing around Christmas. I'm a sucker for that stuff.
Yeah, I like it too.
Also the McRib for some reason, but you should go get your Frosty, man. That sounds
I'm gonna
delicious.
finish my drink. I got a rum this is vanilla whiskey and coke. No, this is rum. Yeah, rum and coke.
Nice. That pecan whiskey, dude, that you hooked it up with is amazing.
I found a new one that's even better.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's kind of like it's a Canadian whiskey. It's kind of like an off-brand of Crown Royal, but it's that one was called something Select or something like that, and it's pecan praline, and it's even better.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah.
Well,
it's a little more pricey, but it's better. Yeah.
I might at some point have another Fernet and Coke because I've been I rarely have sodas in the house, so I always forget about my Fernet. And then we were, for Halloween we had some the family that we were, like trick or treating with, because they're like the family of my son's best friend, and it turns out they're really cool, which is always nice because you always worry as a parent that your kids are gonna befriend somebody with terrible parents. And then you're going to be stuck on these like play dates being like, oh, okay, this is awkward, but instead it turns out they're really great people. But anyhow, because of that, we bought some soda, cause people quite often want soda at things.
Yeah.
And so then I was looking in the fridge. I'm like, we have Coca-Cola. I always forget because we don't really drink a lot of soda at the house. And, I was like,
so
now I can make
has like anise in it, or like it's got a licorice flavor?
It's got like a licoricey, I would say more like a tea, like a black tea kind of flavor.
Okay.
But there is a licorice vibe to it. Like,
yeah,
it's
I like
strange
Sambuca.
taste.
I like Sambuca.
You might like it. You might like Fernet. Yeah. Especially because like you like kind of sweeter drinks quite often too.
Yeah.
And so I think that it might be up your alley because the best way to have it is with soda. So it's like, yeah.
Oh, the other thing I have in my freezer is I've got the neighbors for the block party made pudding shots. One's like a White Russian, and I forgot what the other one is, but like a mudslide, I think.
Oh, dude, Paul Payda is making a really good point here where he was talking about beer, and he was saying, he likes pretty much like straight beer flavored stuff, but if you put a gourd in it, like you make like a pumpkin beer, like he's all about it. And I agree, like that's really delicious too. Yeah, that's going to look awesome, Scott. Like that's going to look really cool. How soon do you need to knock this sucker out?
Well, I think I have some time, but I'm trying to get this out of the way because I'm starting I finally got to go ahead on this comic thing, which I got to get back to Kevin because I kind of left him hanging so there's this comic project that I'm starting on, and I wanted him to do one of the stories, and he was down to do it. And then the client is based in Florida, and then with the hurricane, everything got set back. But so now I got the go ahead. So now I have to write an outline and then a script, and then we'll get going on the artwork for it. So, but I want to get this thing out of the way so I can focus on that because that's going to be a bigger project.
Yeah, I completely understand that. Well, I mean, those things always get a little delayed, so that makes sense. I mean, not always often by like a world record kind of setting hurricane, but
yeah.
But I mean, that's why I'm always leery about working with anyone who lives in Florida.
We've been watching. I just watched when I was eating my salad. We sat down and we watched. There's a show on I think it's HBO Max, and it's called It's Florida Man, and there's like 3 episodes out, and it is just it's like these true stories, but they're part of them are part of them has the real people like talking about them, and then they're reenacted by actors.
You're kidding me! They actually did a Florida Man show.
Oh yeah.
This is on HBO.
This is HBO Max, and the third one we just watched was about this mermaid, like they have these performing mermaids.
Yeah,
and so she got a job as this underwater performer, and then there was like a fallout with her and one of the other mermaids, and the other mermaid got fired, and it turns out this mermaid is a practicing witch, and she's trying to cast spells, and they're doing all kind of real weird ritualistic stuff. And this other lady, she bought the house right next door, and it's like tormenting them. And that one wasn't as bad, but the
wait, this is a true story though?
Oh, these are all true.
Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah. The first one is about a guy who put an ad in the paper that he wanted to pay somebody to cut off his toes and eat them. And this stuff is so nuts. And then the second one is about this guy. They didn't say, but he had to be a high on meth because they showed him, and he's got like 0 teeth, and he's like, but he just jumps this fence and goes swimming out with these alligators and gets the arm ripped off by an alligator, and it is just insane. I mean, it's the craziest thing.
That is nuts.
It's just especially those first two were hilarious. I mean, I was like, it's one
Oh
of
my
those things where I was just dying laughing.
I'm gonna have to check this out because
Yeah.
Florida is strange, and you do notice in the news it tends to be the one of the weirder ones.
Yeah, well, I heard somewhere the
and you
reason.
got to keep in mind this is coming from Scott and I. Scott's in Arizona, which isn't always getting the best news either, and I'm in California, which isn't always getting the best news either. And to people like us, Florida news is still kind of like, wow.
Yeah. Well, I just always remember because my dad, he was in the swimming pool business all his life till he retired. And he got to the point where he was just so knowledgeable. He was like the most knowledgeable person pretty much on the planet on these in-floor systems. So he became the tech support. So he'd get on the phone and try to walk people through issues with those things. And he said Florida was the worst as far as people. But I did hear the reason why there's so many crazy stories coming out of Florida is the way that the news is reported in some laws because there's certain things that happen that the public doesn't know about. And for some reason in Florida, all that information is available to the public. So that's why so there may be crazy stories like that.
Yeah.
In other places, we just don't hear about them as much as Florida because the ways their laws are structured.
But interesting. Okay. Yeah. I guess I could see that. I could see that. Man, that sounds great though. I really want to check that out now. Cause like especially like my wife is really into watching like true crime stuff. And I usually wasn't like super into watching true crime stuff until I remember stumbling upon, I don't know if you've ever gone down this rabbit hole, but on YouTube, there's entire channels that are they're just basically like a police interrogation of a suspect.
Okay.
And so it'll be like you watch this guy who thinks he got away with murder getting interrogated, and they'll read him his rights. And he's like, should I get a lawyer? And they kind of trick him into not getting a lawyer. And then before you know it, the guy's basically like dug himself a grave and admitted to like all this crazy stuff. And then he's like, so I'm going home. And they're like, no, you're going to jail. It's like, it's really fascinating to watch these things because it's like,
yeah, these aren't all like crimes necessarily. Well, I mean, trespassing and stuff.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's
just crazy stories.
Stupid people doing stupid stuff or just crazy stuff.
Yeah, see, that sounds amazing. Yeah, because I'm a sucker for anything like that now, or definitely anything that has like a weird cult documentary. I'm
remember when Tiger King was a huge thing?
Yes, I do.
You know, it's kind of sort of similar to that as far as if you like that crazy stuff, you probably like this.
Tiger King was interesting. I will say that it was fascinating. It's always bizarre to see. It's always interesting to see things. You know what it is? It's like a roadshow attraction.
Yeah.
Which are always fun. I've always dug those. Like if I'm ever on a road trip or something, it's fun to like stop by somewhere and see the world's biggest crocodile or the two-headed, pig or whatever it is, that's like in the curio area. Yeah. It's just fascinating. So I love that kind of Americana type stuff. And I think that sounds fun. I'm trying to justify that it sounds fascinating. I feel like HBO is rocking. Like I still don't have it, but I have considered it many times.
We just recently got it because we were trying to, like, Jen quit her job, so she's trying to save money. So like she got rid of her streaming, and then I was like, okay, well, let's see what we have and we'll figure out. And then Disney Plus has a promotion where you get, and you can do this for, I think if you want commercials, I think you can get it for like $15 a month. We opted for the $30 without commercials, but it's Disney Plus, Hulu, and HBO Max. Yeah, they have a bundle deal, so we got that, and there's quite a bit of good stuff on. I mean, there's like I haven't even like dove into the Game of Thrones, like the new one yet or anything, but there's tons of stuff on there.
Yeah,
more
it's
than I'll ever have a chance to see. But
yeah, and they've got Curb Your Enthusiasm too, which is yeah.
do they? See that's something I can put on while I'm drawing. So
Yeah.
I might have to do that. I didn't even realize that. But yeah, are you sure
Yeah,
that's not Showtime?
what's up?
Are you sure that's not Showtime?
No, Curb is HBO.
Oh,
Yeah,
is
for
it?
sure.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to put that on.
If it's not HBO, I'm insane, but
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. I'm like 90% sure it's HBO.
Okay.
If I'm wrong, chat, let me know. But I've back in the day when we were watching that, we used to. This is like back when Netflix had actually gave you DVDs.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And we used to rent all of most of the Curb Your Enthusiasm was just
I
rented on
remember
there.
that.
It was so
It was
good.
so like there was a time when they had where you could order the DVDs where they had everything. There wasn't anything you couldn't find.
Yeah.
And then once they started getting more towards streaming, they must have stopped ordering DVDs, and then it became like it was really hard to find almost anything. But there was a time where you could rent almost anything you could think of.
Oh yeah, I remember going on a Woody Allen kick and literally like within a month had rented every Woody Allen movie that had ever been made. And it's like that is weird. It is interesting that it's much more convenient now, but it's like you have way less access to things than when Netflix was like growing,
Yeah.
Because you're right.
Like on the I forgot what the term was Jim said they were, where it's like the kind of freak sort of content with commercials.
Yeah.
But I heard somebody was saying on Tubi you can find almost anything, but man, it's really hard for me to sit through commercials.
I haven't even checked out Tubi, but I've definitely checked out Not to Be, and I feel like that was my dad joke for the day. But no, I haven't checked out Tubi yet, but I've heard about it. Yeah. Dylan was saying Blockbuster, Chef's Kiss. I don't know. Here's the thing. I wonder if Scott feels this way too. But I actually remember when Netflix first came up, it was like it was just magical. Like it was such an upgrade from Blockbuster. Because Blockbuster was really limited. It wasn't like you had everything in the world, and it always felt a little shady. And if you had to go in there late at night, it was always kind of like almost like a dangerous proposition. I keep in mind, at the time there was a Blockbuster. That's when I was living in like the worst part of Long Beach on the planet. So maybe that's clouding some of my memories, but I don't have like I do have fond memories of like when I was a kid going to the video store and, finding like the weirdest looking Halloween movie or something, or horror movie and just renting it based on like the strange packaging.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But I do kind of think that nostalgia clouds the Blockbuster thing quite a bit because I think it's kind of like tapes in my mind. Like there's a lot of younger kids that think tapes are great, and I don't think that's true.
Yeah, I mean, there's stuff about tapes that I like. There's this nostalgia about winding them up and all that kind of stuff. But I don't know, they're nothing like. I mean, the thing about albums, which is so cool, is just for one the artwork. I mean, you've got it way larger and everything, which is just cool. And so I don't know if I have the same like nostalgia about bringing back cassettes as I say I do records, even though I really don't. I mean, I don't have a phonograph or anything. So I mean, I keep saying, oh man, I got to get a record player.
You would think I'd be like a vinyl snob, because I'm like a music nerd, but I'm not, because if I open that that realm, I'm going to be broke.
Yeah, I think that's my thing behind it too. Is just I want to make that kind of investment.
Because I know I won't stop at like one.
And it would be such a fun habit. I mean, fun not habit, but fun hobby to go out and search for vinyl and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I love vinyl and I love the sound of vinyl. And there's a really strong argument from a lot of audiophiles that the quality of sound you get from vinyl is just far superior to digital. And there's even that argument for reel to reel, but there's not that no one is making that argument about tapes.
No.
Like cassette tapes are like the worst quality you can have. And don't get me wrong, like a lot of my first albums, a lot of the stuff I discovered as a kid were on tape,
Oh yeah. And I wish going back and thinking about all the tapes that I just got rid of tons of my old tapes.
Yeah.
And I did buy a little tape converter, which I haven't had because I had some that I recorded myself and like mixes and weird things like that I eventually want to convert to digital. But looking back at all those tapes, I'm like, why? I wish I would have had that on vinyl. I wish,
And at the time, it was like, I'm not touching vinyl,
Yeah.
or you get vinyl if you wanted to order something underground that they couldn't make a tape of.
Yeah, I've got a lot of the vinyls that I have are mostly 12-inch singles from back when I was into hip hop and DJing and stuff like that. But I usually didn't buy like full albums, I had some 45s and then I had a bunch of 12-inch singles.
Yeah. And I love vinyl. I would collect vinyl, but again, I'm worried about opening that gate because I have a pretty obsessive personality about things I get into. And so, I mean, if I had a problem with like, I now have 19 guitars and I still don't feel like I have enough, I would have a real vinyl problem because I love a lot of music. And so I don't think I'd be content with like, only one or two albums, but I agree. I think for a collecting hobby, that is probably one of the most envied from my end. If I ever watch like High Fidelity, the movie, when I see that wall of vinyl, I'm like a little jealous, Yeah. And I have friends who collect vinyl and it's great. It's really relaxing to like sit down and listen to a record, Plus I could listen to some of my old kids' records that I had growing up, where it would beep when you have to turn the page. And
oh yeah. I think my dad had some of my old records like that up at his place.
Yeah, that's wild. I had The Hobbit. I had the soundtrack to The Hobbit. The Greatest Adventure. We had Sleeping Beauty. I'm trying to think of a lot of vinyls. And of course, we had all the staples like, Simon and Garfunkel. And there was, oh my gosh, there's these weird, maybe you'll remember this, but there's these weird kind of bands that were really popular in like the late 60s, early 70s that my parents had that were like, they were like brass bands. Like
Herb Alpert?
No, it was like, oh my gosh, if I could remember, at some point I will remember, but they were, like very like 60s, late 60s, like.
Oh yeah. that yeah. Once you said that, I'm like, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
But it's like it's like weird kind of jazzy. Yeah, exactly. But I can't remember what the bands were called.
They're not really. That wasn't really a brass band, but
I just remembered one of them. One of them was called Tijuana Brass.
Well, that's Herb Alpert, I think.
Oh, it is Herb Alpert.
Okay. Tijuana Brass, I think, was.
Yeah. Okay. Then that would be who I'm thinking of. Yeah. Yeah. So there was that. There was a lot of Neil Diamond. My mom was a big Neil Diamond fan.
Yeah, there's that one Herb Alpert song that it's on, like, because I stream music and there's a station I'll stream, and every once in a while they'll play this song "Rise" by Herb Alpert, and it's the song that Biggie sampled, where it's like I see if I can. It's just that part in forgot which song it was, but it's the one that goes bam, and you hear that. You hear that.
No, I think I do know what you're talking about. Yeah,
you hear that in that song, like that just like, oh, it's just like it's so clear that and then the minute you hear that, you start going into like Biggie Smalls, but.
I could see that. Yeah. It is funny whenever you get to like sampled music, you know. I thought that was one of the fun things about the Crestline retreat was like
Mhm.
listening to Scott's um not Scott Keith's
Yeah.
collection of music and stuff because there were so many songs that was just like, oh my gosh, I recognize this sample, you know, like it was wild how many of those were happening. Philip said, I love the song Rise.
Oh yeah, it's great. It is great. But it's unmistakable once you hear that one little part in it. It's like, oh, that is totally, you know.
Yeah, it's always interesting to hear what they heard, like the little loop, you know, that
Yeah.
like clicked and it's like, okay.
Yeah, why would you take? And it's like, yeah, why would you take that little tiny piece? What was it that attracted you to it? But it's right there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. You wonder too if some of it was like, well, we wouldn't get sued if we just use this part.
Yeah, I don't know how that works. That was probably the thinking behind it.
I don't know.
But
Oh,
yeah,
man.
as much as I definitely want artists to get paid for their stuff and everything, it just there was that time period where I mean, it just whether I think some of them were getting compared. Like Paul's Boutique is just like so many samples. I mean,
Paul's
just,
Boutique is so beautifully
like
sampled.
3 feet high and rising, and you just can't do that stuff anymore. It's just cost prohibitive. But
And am I crazy? Was that the Dust Brothers who did? Yeah, that was such a good album, like production wise. But yeah, I don't know if you could ever do that album now. You know, I guess you could, but I think anything you made off of it would be going to like the 50 million artists. Yeah. Yeah, there is something really fun about the creative palette, you know, where everything's kind of free to sample. But it's such an interesting thing that I feel like even if people were literally remixing art, it wouldn't be as bad if it rather than AI. Like if it was like people doing collage, like, things where it's clear that they're like making a completely new piece, not, I think that's a better argument. I don't know for sampling or, I don't know.
Yeah, but it's like even, and I mean, don't get me wrong. I love Marvin Gaye, but like his family, when they sued, what's his name? Which I don't really care for the song or really the artist, but was it Robin Thicke? It was so. I mean, it was kind of in the style of. I think it was what was the song that they used? I think it was. I forgot. It's a Marvin Gaye song. It's pretty popular. But he kind of used a little. It was like the style of it, but it wasn't.
Was it like Happy or something?
No, not that one. No. Give It Up was the song by Marvin Gaye, but it just kind of sounded a little bit like it, but it was different.
Yeah.
And they said, and I remember everyone saying, I mean, if you can't do that, it's almost like, because the idea there's nothing new, everything's based on something else.
Yeah.
And his family, Marvin Gaye's family, won that lawsuit, and it wasn't. I mean, it was just kind of. I mean, what does that mean for music? I mean, because there's so many things that are definitely ripoffs, and you listen to the song, and it's just like, oh, it kind of reminds me of that, but it's not. It's
there's classic ones that I love that I never even really recognized until I heard about the lawsuits or whatever, and then was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Like one of them, the song by George Harrison,
Mm-hmm.
where he's like, Hare, Hare.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That song is just, she's so fine.
There's a lot of those. Yeah. And
it's like, once you hear it, even Harrison, once it was like pointed out, was like, I probably ripped that off without realizing it, and was like totally happy to pay them out. Because it's like, it's the exact melody,
Did you ever go into the thing on Led Zeppelin's first album?
Oh my gosh, Zeppelin was I love Zeppelin.
Yeah,
I to this day love Zeppelin, but man, did they steal!
Oh god, it's just like you listen to that and like, oh my god,
and like shamelessly, like not even like stealing, stealing
no,
entire songs,
right? And unless their later work has they do the same thing and just no one's found what they're taking it from.
Yeah.
But obviously they're talented enough to write their own stuff. So just like that first album,
Yeah.
how it's the whole thing pretty much stolen. It's just crazy.
Yeah, and it's kind of tough too, because like you know, in the blues world, like or the folk world, like you know, like a lot of early Dylan songs were like riffs on existing folk traditions that had existed for years, you know. So there's always that, or there's like Simon and Garfunkel, right? Like they're doing songs that are like passed down from generation to generation, and then doing their own take on it. But yeah, with the Zeppelin ones, they're so egregious. You know, like where you're like, whoa, they stole everything. It's not just the one thing. It's like, no, they stole the lyrics, the like everything. One of my other favorite recent music steals was oh my goodness, it's like some guy who sang a song recently that's like "Stay With Me" or something.
Stay with me. Oh, you're not talking about Rod Stewart.
Stay with me. Something,
no.
something.
Okay, you're not talking about Rod Stewart, right?
No, but they ended up getting. So this guy got sued because it was just Tom Petty's "I Won't Back Down."
Oh, okay. Yeah, and Tom
like,
Petty. I've heard Tom Petty before. He's pretty lax about stuff like that.
Yeah, no, this one was so egregious because it's literally it's the exact song. It's just him saying "Stay with me." It's a recent song, like it's more contemporary, but it's the artist who did it just saying "Stay with me." Like it's like if you muted the vocal track on "I Won't Back Down" and instead of saying "I won't back down," you just said "Stay with me."
Okay.
Sam Smith is what Dylan.
Oh, that's right. I remember hearing about that one. Yeah, yeah.
And it's funny because I didn't recognize it, but the second someone said it, much like the George Harrison song, like the second you kind of hum it, you're like, okay, that's a fair one. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it is tough because like it would be very possible to steal a song without knowing it.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Same thing with like jokes or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, you might hear a joke from something like old Simpsons or something like that and not even know, and then like, oh, I'm gonna work this into my thing, and like, oh no, man, I didn't realize that.
And not just even like consciously, like there's also just the fact that there's only like, you know, you can look on YouTube, there's a million artists who've gone through this, you know, but it's been known by anybody who plays music for years that, you know, there's only so many chord arrangements that sound good together.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's like 3 chords that like 90% of rock and roll are written around, you know? And so it's like, you know, you could literally play like a G, a C, and a D with a song and find like 50 songs that are using that same rhythm. So it is hard with music to like kind of, you know, or like to write like a chug riff that wasn't at least touched on by like early Metallica, you know, like, I don't know. It's tough to find those. And then if you're constantly searching for new things, it can end up being that like art conundrum, you know, where people are so worried about having their own style, they never work, you know? Whereas I you know, I don't know. So it's an interesting one. That's looking amazing, dude.
Thanks. I've got this little card. I don't know how much detail I could put into this thing. Oh, wow. I gotta really go slow with that.
Oh, I like the little card on there. Have you seen the new Joker movie?
No, I've heard so many bad things about it. I don't know if I wasn't a huge fan of the other one. I mean, I can kind of appreciate it, but
yeah, I haven't seen either, so I don't know. But I've heard really bad things from people I respect about the new one.
I mean, it sounded when I heard it was like a musical. I'm like, okay, that could be, because it's like that movie did not need a sequel.
Yeah.
And then when I heard what they were doing, okay, well maybe they're doing something else, something different. But yeah, I don't know.
Like to me that sounds interesting, you know. Yeah. And it doesn't necessarily sound like it would have to be a failure, you know. Yeah. So like I don't know, I'd be interested in seeing it, but yeah, from what I've heard from people, it apparently, I don't know. I haven't really watched a lot of modern films.
Yeah, we try. I mean, we haven't. I mean, Jen likes to go to the movies, so we try to go as often as we can, but she's just been so busy lately. We did see the new Beetlejuice, which I liked it. I mean, it's definitely, I mean, if you're really, really critical, there's definitely things you can point out because it's got like about a billion storylines going, but I don't know. I just thought it was fun and,
I'd be curious to see it. And if you're saying that's one of the criticisms, I feel like the first Beetlejuice kind of had like a billion storylines going. So
kind of this one, then this one might have had 2 billion.
Oh, okay. So it's a little more. Okay.
But I enjoyed them all. But the only thing is some of them were like, oh, that was quick, or that kind of wrapped up quick, or that was convenient, but I still liked it.
I'm gonna have to see it. I really like the first Beetlejuice. I'm glad they got now I'm blanking out Batman.
Michael Keaton.
I'm glad they got him in it. Do you remember a Michael Keaton movie where it was like a bunch of people break out of the mental asylum to go to a baseball game?
Oh yeah. Was it Dream Team or was that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I think so.
Yeah,
that was a good movie.
Yeah, it was a good movie. Yeah, I like that one.
I feel like Keaton was very cool back then.
Yeah,
and
you can't tell with the makeup and stuff. You can't. He looks just like he did in the first Beetlejuice.
Well, see, I will tell you, I might give it a shot because I remember when that newer Pee Wee Herman movie was coming out.
Mm-hmm. I think I remember liking that. Did you see it?
There were so many people who talk crap about it, and I saw it, and I thought it was magical. I thought it felt like Big Adventure. Like, it felt like a good old Pee Wee Herman movie.
Yeah, I remember really liking it. The other one that I really liked was the new Beverly Hills Cop. I thought that was really good.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
Yeah. That one's on Netflix. I think it's on Netflix.
Is it new actors or is it the old?
No, it's pretty much got all the original actors in it. Eddie Murphy, obviously.
Okay, I'm gonna have to see that.
Yeah. No, I thought it was great.
Yeah, I don't know. I sometimes doubt my own judgment with that kind of stuff. But because sometimes I'll like stuff that like everybody hates, but there's definitely been times, where I'm pretty much on board with everyone's hate for something. So I don't know.
Yeah.
But I am definitely biased to want to like it because, I'm a kid of the 90s, okay? I had I think one of my teen crushes was Winona Ryder,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so, yeah, like that whole kind of genre and scene is very like personal to me and fun. So I'd like to see it. Dylan said I tried to watch it, but I couldn't get past the first 40 minutes. Okay.
Which one?
The Beetlejuice, the new one.
Oh, okay.
Pepsi said Winona, a living legend. She was just at the age that I was at, she was the most gorgeous person on the planet.
Yeah, she's really good in Stranger Things too.
Yeah, she did a good job. Yeah. Let's see here. Okay, I am gonna disappear. I'm gonna make
You're gonna put a commercial on because I'm gonna go get my Frosty.
That's what I was gonna do. I was gonna get my my Coke and Fernet. So I think I'll put on an extra long one so that it buys us time. So I'm gonna put on Frank's Adventures at the Library, which is about 2.5 minutes. So that should buy us some time. We'll be right back. You guys, if you're watching this while we're on break for those 2 minutes, hit that like, hit that subscribe button. Make sure you're subscribed as well to Scott Circlin's channel. You should also be giving to his Patreon so you're seeing some of that cool behind the scenes stuff. And we'll see you guys in a couple minutes.
Our heroic adventurers fought orcs, monsters, sorcerers, necromancers. Now they find themselves in front of a mystical library. What shall they find? It's all in the roll of the dice. We've come this far. There's great power behind this door. I can feel it. We just have to get past it. This door is no match for my axe. I shall chop it down. You always want to use brute strength. Why don't you try knocking? We'll try it your way. You may enter. The library is open to all those who seek knowledge. Feel free to look through our tomes. Maybe you'll find the answers you seek. I sense great power here, and it's behind those shelves. Indeed, there are powerful items hidden behind these shelves, but you can only get there through the enchanted words. Do you have those words? I believe I do.
Tremble before the Cremble.
There is great power. Look at that glove. Must be so powerful. That is not where I sense this power. I must get closer. I found them. I found these sacred manuscripts written by Joshua Kemble. Behold, I now possess 2 stories and Jacob's apartment. Please tell us more about 2 stories and Jacob's apartment, and who is Joshua Kemble? Xeric Award-winning cartoonist Joshua Kemble is a freelance artist, graphic designer, and author. 2 Stories is a confessional graphic memoir that grapples with questions of faith, mental illness, depravity, and ultimately redemption in a fallen world. Jacob's Apartment is a coming-of-age graphic novel in the vein of Ghost Road and Fun Home. It weaves together the threads of spiritual faith, identity, purpose, love, and loss to create an engrossing world in which waking and sleeping dreams collide. You have made your choice. The passage is now closed. Wait, can I get that glove? No. Oh. All right, let's go.
Somebody in chat was saying, oh, it's Dylan, saying, I really want to see Godzilla -1 back in the theaters. Again, I am very clueless to most modern films. So, like, I have not seen Godzilla -1. I think if Gazbot were listening, he would kill me. Let's see here. What else? We got Pepsi's, Paul saying, he's dozing off, so he's going to go to sleep. Have a good night.
Night, Paul.
Thanks for cruising by. We got Pepsi saying, hot take, I never understood the interest in King Kong and Godzilla. To be fair, I haven't watched them or researched them. Shame on you, Pepsi. Again, I haven't seen Godzilla -1, but kaiju and giant monsters attacking cities are a classic. There's nothing wrong with that. Who doesn't like seeing a giant monster raging and taking down a city and people in monster suits? It's the best. Mechs, all of that stuff. Scott's not a fan of that stuff, though. It's not like his whole next comic is going to be planned around it.
Yeah, I want to see the, I forgot what they called it, but the Godzilla -1 where it's black and white.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's a black and white version.
Ooh. I'm a sucker for black and white films. Yeah, I'm one of those weird people. I like a lot of Woody Allen films, which isn't the most comfortable thing to say because I don't like Woody Allen.
Right.
But like Manhattan and Celebrity and I don't know, even early Tarantino, you know, like it's fun to see movies that are in black and white, I think, quite often. Even the first Clerks was kind of fun because it was in black and white. I don't know, you know? I've never understood people who don't like movies that are black and white just because they're black and white. I've always found that strange. But there's people like that with comics too, right? There's a whole crowd of people who really don't like black and white comics.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it is where every once in a while, you know, a lot of times people will open my book and they see it's black and white and they kind of like, where me, I'm kind of the opposite.
Yeah, I get excited by black and white.
And I always, the thing that it's weird for me because sometimes if it's younger people and I still get the same reaction because like manga is so popular and almost all mangas are black and white.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I really don't actually understand. That's actually a really good point because there is like all sorts of like weird just marketing. Like when I used to work a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, I worked at Lakeshore Learning Materials, which was like an education company that makes like educational art for, first through seventh grade kind of stuff. It's all like, like flashcards and games and like just stuff for kids, and they had an entire wing of people who were just like researching, education and educational standards and also market research for like what sells for kids. And like all the data just pointed to color. Like kids just do not like tend to be drawn to black and white, which is why like most kids books are in color,
Yeah. Yeah, kids books I guess that makes sense, but
what's interesting is manga is kind of an exception because you're right. Like a lot of that's like, middle grade,
mm-hmm.
and it's not color at all.
Yeah, because I think I would assume it's changing because I remember when Scholastic started carrying Bone, they colorized it all.
That kills me to this day. I mean, it looks beautiful in color, but oh my gosh, that book is not as good in color, even though it looks great. It's perfect in black and white.
Yeah, another another show that was on HBO Max is Uzumaki. There's a animated version. Are you familiar with that?
No.
So it's here. I think I've got the. Hold on a second.
Now I'm fascinated. Dylan said, I do prefer color, but I still enjoy manga. Dylan, why is that? Maybe you can kind of clue us in.
So it's Japanese horror, and it's all about this town where they're obsessed with spirals, and it just starts to become everywhere, and they want to become spirals, and it's just crazy. But let me see.
That sounds cool.
The artwork is just insane. Let's see if I can find that. Like this. I don't know if you can see that.
Oh, interesting.
Like the guy becomes a spiral, but it's but I started watching the anime, and I was so happy that it's actually in black and white. Because usually, even if the manga is black and white, when they do the anime, it'll be in color.
Wait, so did you say the anime is in black and white?
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's cool too.
Yeah.
Now I really want to see that.
Yeah, the visuals are just so twisted.
I feel like just to fight it, Scott, what we should do is like the next two art casters we should just do in black and white. Call them art casters nor.
We could do that.
Yeah.
I mean, you used to do videos just in black and white, didn't you?
I did for a little bit, yeah. I thought they looked cool, but they definitely got less views.
Really? That's so weird.
Yeah.
You think most people, like most art channel videos, most of the time I'm just kind of working while I'm watching them anyway. So
yeah,
doesn't seem like that would bother me. But
well, I guess nowadays it wouldn't really be an issue because I'm not really concerned with views. So
right, yeah, that's the point. On my channel, that's why I'm recording. I'm recording this process of me working on this thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll make a video out of it. But it doesn't really go with the other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think I'm going to create a separate channel and kind of split and make the separate channel more of the kind of stuff I'm currently doing. But
I'll be really interested in kind of seeing how that goes. Dylan was saying, I love the creativeness of color schemes and how it can draw the eye. For instance, the manga Kaiju number 8 issue 1 grabbed my eye due to it being a gorgeous red color. Okay.
Oh yeah. I like monotone stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what it is with, black and white. I think it might have been, Bone might have been one of the early books that got me really into black and white as a kid. I always liked seeing black and white because I always liked the artists and the ink.
Well, yeah, and even I mean, when I was growing up, like there was a huge black and white indie comics explosion with Teenage
Yeah.
Mutant Ninja Turtles and everything.
Yeah, and then you had I mean, you had like the early Sin City was black and white. You had just a whole bunch of stuff, Cerebrus, like all these great books in black and white. But yeah, I don't know. I'm curious if maybe that's like an art thing, because I guess if you're interested in drawing comics, you're kind of paying a little, I don't know, maybe you're paying a little more attention to like line work,
Yeah.
Or maybe that's why some of us got into comics. Like maybe our eye is really drawn to interesting ink work, Because for me, like, again, Bone being in color, like, I know that Bone probably sold like 1,000,000 times more with the color copies for Scholastic,
Probably, yeah.
I also heard they were supposedly developing a TV series.
They've been talking about that forever. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it was bought by like Netflix or something, but I think somehow it got canned.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, I can't remember. But I know I remember at some point Jeff Smith talked about it or something that it.
Yeah, I definitely heard that, and then I kind of forgot about it. So
yeah, but I kind of, in a weird way, there's a part of me that's happy about that.
Yeah, that's how I feel about Watterson. Man, I'd love to see an animated version, but I understand why he doesn't want that to ever happen. And in some ways, I'm kind of glad it won't. But
yeah. But then when I see things like Hilda, like the Netflix Hilda,
I haven't seen it.
It is so good. It
Really?
is so good. And it's based on, graphic novels. And it's good. They're great graphic novels, but it's like good, if not better than the graphic novels, which is insane. Because if you read the books, it's like, how would they ever make this into a, animated thing? And then they did just such an excellent job with it. So, I know it's possible for them to get something right,
Yeah.
I also am still a big fan of like, Lord of the Rings, perfect books. But I like the movies a lot.
Okay.
I think I might like them better than the books.
Yeah, I've never read the books, so I can't really speak on that. But from what I understand, they're kind of hard to follow in some ways.
Well, there's the example I always give to people to kind of explain why I like the movies more is, and they're long movies, but the book has this scene where they get to the doorway to unlock like a tunnel, and it's like a riddle, and they figure it out and get through the tunnel. That part in the movie is about 5 to 10 minutes. In the book, it's like 30 to 50 pages, about this riddle. And it's cool, but it's like, I think it's really fun to see it in action is my point. Yeah. So I don't know, but there's a couple series I'm really surprised. Do you have any fantasy series or anything that you're surprised haven't been adapted or made into films?
I'm trying to think. I'm not huge on like fantasy stuff, but I'm trying to.
I'm surprised they haven't snapped up like Piers Anthony yet.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that.
He had this whole series called the Xanth trilogy.
Okay, I've heard of that.
And then there's Anne McCaffrey and the Dragon Riders of Pern. I'm surprised that hasn't been snapped up.
I've heard of that. And then they did make a movie of that, because there was one that I read to my kids. It was Spiderwick Chronicles, but I remember they did actually make a movie of that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and my son and I started reading that. What was that book? It's a book about like a robot that has
Oh,
like
the Wild Robot.
the Wild Robot, and he
Yeah, I
loved that
haven't
book,
seen
so
that.
we bought the whole series, and then that is being adapted to a movie
Oh,
too.
no, it's already out. I think.
Oh, is it out?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll have to see that because it's a good book series. Yeah. Author illustrator too. That's always
Mhm.
fun. I like writers who can draw. I don't know why.
Yeah.
It's not like an existing bias or anything, but that's a nice thing. Oh man, flat coloring though, Scott. Like you're working on fun stuff right now. You're working on lines.
Well, this is what works out so great because typically, like, you'll be doing a live stream, but I'm just working on something weird where either I have to concentrate or like it's just not, and it's something I can show or whatever.
Yeah.
So this works out perfectly because it's just inking, so I can talk. And I mean,
Yeah.
you're definitely a lot better at like talking and working and stuff like that because you could probably draw, you can draw and do all that stuff. Whereas the
Well, it
inking stuff I
depends
can
because
do, but
there's definitely like focus drawing where I can't. There's no way. um, but yeah, like if I'm doing roughs or coloring or inking, I totally can. Inking is the easiest though. To me,
yeah,
inking is the easiest to like get in the flow and talk. I love inking. Inking's like meditation.
yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing the actual digital. It's crazy that I'm doing all this, but I just want it to be super tight for the when I actually go to traditionally ink it. So
Yeah, I can understand. That's a lot of competition there for the previous stuff.
Yeah. And his other ones that he did were so good. Like since it's based on Mad Love, which was and I kind of went a different direction, but it based on the animated series, the original Batman the animated series it was a storyline in that where they probably one of the ones where they probably first introduced Harley Quinn, but he's got one. He did two. He did one of the Joker and one of Batman. And they wanted him to do a Harley Quinn next, but he was just too busy to do it. So that's why I'm doing this one. But it was basically, I think it was a split. Yeah, I think he had a split, and part of the side was like the animated version, and I think part of the side was more like the comic version. And then in the back, like kind of like see how the pink here, all this little detail stuff. I want to have a bunch of stuff going on in the back, but in the back he had like all the other like villains or other characters. And they were both versions, comic version, and then they have the mirror image of the animated series versions. I looked it up online. Maybe I wonder, it might be on his. I didn't see it on Surprise Comics, but it might be on Eric's Facebook. Let me see if I can find it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, his stuff is so like detailed and meticulous. Very talented artist. Dylan said flat colors are so cool. They're cool. They're just they're fun to do. I like them. I like even the process of doing them isn't too bad, but it does get to be a drag sometimes where you're just like, ugh. Because it's like, I know what I'm selecting here. But it's also kind of fun because, like, I think I mentioned this a couple streams before. I think commercial artists, we need to remember every once in a while, there's people out there who buy adult coloring books to de-stress,
Oh yeah, I sell a bunch of adult coloring books.
Yeah, and we're able to do part of what adults are doing in adult coloring books, with color. I mean, I'm not going to like denigrate the job of a colorist by saying that it's coloring in a coloring book, but there's a part of it that's kind of like that.
Oh, here I found that Joker one. Well, let me see.
And we get to do that for a job. That's pretty cool.
So I'll bring this down here. Can you see that? Oh, it's part of it's obscure. Let me move it over.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah. So let's see if I can I zoom in on it? I don't know if I can zoom in, but yeah, so it's basically he's got the comic versions on this side and then the animated series version. He did a Batman too, but I don't know if I can. That was probably like a year previous, but so that's pretty much what I'm,
Yeah, that's the gauntlet that was thrown.
But I think mine's a different style, but I think people will be happy with this one. I think it's pretty cool.
Well, and I think that every artist has like their strengths and their kind of character, and I think that your stuff is innately a little more conceptual.
Yeah.
And so I think playing to a conceptual idea is a good route, because that's
Yeah.
a
At
big
first,
part of, yeah.
I was trying to. At first, I was like, so I decided I wanted to do it like a card like that, like a Joker card, but make it more like because technically Joker cards aren't like face cards where you flip them. It's usually just one image of a Joker, but I want to do more like a face card, like a king or queen, but with the Joker. And I'm like, oh, well, so should I design the card and then have a bunch of stuff like the card's kind of tilted on the print and you see stuff in the background? And then I'm like, no, it'd be cool if it was just the whole thing was the card. And like, I'm thinking about, I don't know if I want to do this because it would take forever. Like if I got the prints and you can go to Michael's and get those corner clippers or clip the corners so it would be rounded corners.
Oh, that would be cool.
I would definitely, maybe I'll do a few of them like that. But so it's actually just like a big giant card, that playing card. So
that would be cool. My kid has a giant Pokemon card that he got at a comic shop.
Yeah. So this won't be on the surprise one, but I think for the video and just for me,
yeah,
I think I want to actually design like the flip side too, where it's like got all the real ornate stuff.
Oh, that'd be cool.
And work some hidden stuff in there. So I may do that if I have time.
I love that. Dylan said, I think the reason why I put down Ultraman is because it's a little too detailed for black and white for my taste. But I still want to read it because the anime was hella awesome.
Oh, I watched. Yeah, I didn't get. I started watching the one on Netflix, the Ultraman on Netflix. That was pretty cool. It reminded me of kind of like Big Hero 6.
Okay, because I love Ultraman, like the TV series, but I haven't seen the anime. I'm a little biased to like the Bemular versus Ultraman, the OG.
Yeah, I remember the first time I ever saw Ultraman, I was actually living in California, and you probably know, but there was unless it was more Bay Area stuff, but there was like a host, like those host guys that come on and they introduce different shows, and they would play Japanese like giant monster, stuff like that. Do you know what I'm talking about? It could have been before your time too.
We had a similar thing. I don't know if it would have been the same host. But that's definitely how I would get exposed to a lot of that stuff was like those kind of weird local late night shows. A lot of them were like, I know there was one here called like, oh my gosh, what was it called? It was like Dumpster Piece Theater or something. I can't even remember. Yeah. So there's a bunch that, it came on like really late at night. They'd play like weird anime, manga, or B movies. Or horror movies, which is why like MST3K was so fun, because it was kind of like doing that again, except also riffing on it. So it was kind of like a very meta thing because that's what my friends and I used to do with those channels, where you'd watch like these kind of late night collection channels, and then you'd sit with your friends and kind of goof on them, Oh, yeah. But is that kind of like similar to what you're talking about?
Exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that's a big city thing. Like I think LA County would have that. The Bay Area probably had that.
I'm trying to think who I was talking to. It may have been Kevin. It was a long time ago, because he's my age, so I think he might have remembered that, the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. I guess one of the nice things about the internet is that, that stuff is like much more accessible. So you don't have to wait for somebody with public access, channel to have the guts to play weird stuff, But there's also kind of a part about that was fun because it was kind of curated,
Yeah.
I'm always torn about that with the internet, where it kind of gets rid of curation and discovery, but then it kind of opens up everything. So it's hard to know whether that's good or bad, it is very relieving to be able to, like, if you remember anything weird you saw on one of those channels, to be able to quickly search it up and locate it, you know?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Let's see here. We're doing horse drawings here. I feel like I pulled off those horses.
Let's see. Hold on. I'm looking down at my page. I gotta look at. Oh yeah. I was. Oh, those were. I was looking up front. I'm like, those look like ox.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
The ox I didn't do
Yeah, I
as
see
good
the-
of a
the
job,
horse,
but
yeah,
they're
the
kind of
horses
in the
look good.
distance, so I cheated them a little bit, you know?
Yeah, the horse look good. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a fan of drawing horses myself.
Yeah, drawing horses, carts, opera houses. There's a lot of stuff I've had to draw for this book that they're not my favorite thing. But also that's like why it's good at, you know, we've talked about this, but it's like it's so good if you're going to be a commercial artist to just get comfortable with kind of
Oh, yeah.
drawing things you're uncomfortable drawing. Cuz you're going to draw a bunch of stuff you've never thought you could draw.
Of course,
You
yeah.
know.
And
Even when you're writing your own stuff, like I've shocked myself with the crap I've made myself draw.
Well, yeah, and I mean, once you get to a certain point where you understand just how to build shapes and things like that, there's really, other than the time, like you might kind of worry about the time involved, but
Yeah.
you almost know, once you get to that point, you almost know that you can pull it off.
Yeah.
Even if it's something you've never drawn, because you know, you just, okay, I'll break it down.
Yep.
Like sometimes you get people ask you like, well, what can you draw? And I'm like, well, I guess I can draw anything. You know,
Yeah, and that sounds cocky, but
Yeah.
it's not. It's like, you know, I could, you know.
Yeah.
Or at least I believe I can,
Yeah.
and that's kind of what's gotten me through.
Some
this
things
whole
better
time.
than others. The one thing I do say is like I'm not really good with likenesses. Like anytime I try to do a likeness, it ends up looking more like a caricature.
Yeah.
But you know, that's because I'm more, you know, I've always been more cartoonist.
Yeah. Which is it, you know, I can capture likenesses pretty okay.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm weak at other stuff. But I will say, you know, it is interesting because when you learn like some of the fundamentals of perspective or just like, you know, drawing by shape, it's like it's hard, you know, drawing is hard in general.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, with enough time you can pretty much draw anything, you know. And with enough patience too, you know, it's like a lot of it's just a patience and time game. And then again, like a fearlessness thing, because it, you know, if you let fear prevent you from trying things in art, you just never will draw, you know, because it's drawing is scary, but it's fun, you know. But yeah, I think that's another huge thing is the realization that, you know, what's the worst that happens? The worst that happens is I draw it terribly and then I have to redraw it. You know? So I don't think I've ever seen any of the live action adaptations of Harlequin. Because I never saw Suicide Squad.
Oh, I saw the new Suicide Squad, the latest one, which was good. The one that James Gunn directed. So I did see that. Yeah.
Okay, I haven't.
It's good. Yeah, it's good.
Nice. I think we had Oksana on, right? Did we have Oksana on?
Yeah.
Yeah, she did the Harlequin art for that, like the costume.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Dylan said uncultured Joshua. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people might think like I'm going to be some guy who's really hip to all the new movies, but you know I use a lot of hip jive, no cap. There's so many. Scott, out of curiosity, have your kids started using slang that you're just like, I have no idea what you're saying?
Honestly, no. I mean, the only one that I think might is my daughter, but I hardly ever see my daughter, so I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what the deal is. She just turned 20. I keep texting her. I've got a card for you. I got and just I don't know. She's just off on her own, doing her own thing, I guess.
Yeah. Huh.
So.
Yeah, because I always worry a little bit that because there's some things that I'll hear. I think I understand the cap thing, but there was a thing I heard recently where I was like, that makes no sense. I think.
What is
I
the
don't know.
cap thing? Because that I don't.
Capping is like fronting or pretending.
Okay.
So like I think we had front, like you don't have to front. Like we get that.
Yes. See, the thing I don't like is when they take something that used to be one slang and they turn it to something else.
Yeah, like
because
poser.
Swag used to just mean like either merch or something like that. And
yeah,
then it's
stuff
turned
you would
into
get
swag.
at a convention. So when somebody's like,
Or
wow, that guy's got swag, you're like, wait, he picked up some product at a convention?
Or you're talking about cap, and that used to mean like peel somebody's cap or bust a cap in somebody's hat. Now it means something else. Like I don't know. It's like make up your own thing, but don't take something that used to mean something else. And but I guess that totally goes back all the way from when people were saying bad for good and stuff like that. And,
no, it totally makes sense. I mean, I've used the word rad forever, and I'm sure that drove my parents nuts. So because I don't think they knew what rad meant.
Right.
Or
why would you want to be a radical?
Why would you want to be a radical? Why is everything awesome? Why awesome is a powerful word. Why would it be for everything? It's in the origins of that kind of stuff are so fascinating and kind of weird. All right, what do we got here? We have. Okay.
Wait, is Riz still a thing? That's the last one I heard that I was like, okay.
I think Riz is charm or swagger.
Charisma. Well, it's like charisma. It's based on charisma. So yeah, but I don't know if kids are still saying that or not.
I think they still do. I've heard high schoolers say it. So.
Yeah.
Thomas Adams said fair. I don't know what you're saying fair to, but wait, what? Oh, this goes back quite a bit. Pepsi said, I'm trapped in the 90s and 2000s. I can't drift. Can't shift me beyond 2012. That's okay. Yeah. So Dylan said, cap means no lie, so no cap means no lie. Yeah, like so capping is just fronting or posing, I
wonder what the etymology is to that, though, if there is any.
Like, I think it's a hat. I think it's weirdly because I looked it up a while ago because I was all curious about it because I had never heard it, and I think it actually dates back to like the 1920s. It was like a mobster thing. And then it became like a thing, like a gang culture thing. And then it got like adopted in the last like few years to like mainstreamed, But I guess it originates with hat. That man has no cap on his jive. I just want to start using like 20s slang, Have you ever, out of boredom, just looked at like old 1920 slang?
Oh, 23 skidoo. Is it 23? I think it's 23.
Yeah, I think it's 23 or 22 skidoo, and then it's like, 22. And then there's 86ing it.
Yeah,
86ing it.
I've used 86 before. Like every once in a while. Yeah.
I thought it was cool that that was actually a literal street by one of the most popular dive bars, and they had like a secret exit on it that would let you out on 86th Street.
Oh, cool.
And so when they're saying, hey, it's time to 86 it, they were basically saying, let's get out of this bar and go to 86th Street so we didn't get picked up by cops.
Yeah, there's some that's funny that's like you just don't hear that anymore. Like have you ever listened to like every once in a while like Pat Benatar will come on with hit me with your best shot.
Yeah,
that line, put up your dukes, let's get into it. It's like no one says put up your dukes anymore. There's a certain slang that it just it's like, oh yeah, we don't say that anymore.
Yeah, Dukes would be a weird one. Like, I think if I heard a kid saying, "Hey, put up your Dukes," I'd be like, I'd almost feel like that's a little old timey, you know. No, that's definitely true.
Yeah, I guess she won't play that song anymore. He says because I never even thought that to connect it to this, because she says she doesn't do it because of the school shootings. But I didn't see anything in that song that, to me, it's more like a. First, I thought she wouldn't play it because it was
I
maybe
thought it
she
was
thought
about
it.
like breaking her heart, not
No,
not
it's kind of more
shooting
like
somebody.
no, I think it's more of a kind of like a. To me, it was kind of empowering to women because it was almost like like just a bad relationship, like fighting or fighting things out or whatever. Lord, I can stand up to you, or
Yeah,
that type. So I thought it was that type of song, which I think it is, but for whatever reason, I think she just connects it to because the name of the song, I guess. But
I
she won't
guess, but I
perform it
just
anymore.
I always thought of it as like a more like person in torn up a relationship who's just basically like, oh yeah, you're gonna take me on, all right, hit me
Yeah,
with your best shot,
yeah,
like
yeah.
I didn't think it was
I
you
don't. Yeah,
know
I don't think it was meant to be, but she just associates it with it or whatever, so she doesn't.
well, who knows,
Yeah.
I guess that's for each artist to decide, but
Yeah.
that seems
No,
like a stretch to
I
me.
respect it, but it's just kind of like
Yeah.
I mean, there's definitely other songs that I think, while not intended to mean that, are a little closer to that
Yeah.
but
Yep. Totally agreed.
like I would say like it's like totally drawn. It's like Queen. What's the one I'm thinking of? The Queen song. Why can't I think of it? It's like I'm saying the lyrics. I got to get to the chorus. Huh? Another One Bites the Dust. See that one?
Yeah.
You could definitely I could see if they decided not to play it because of that. That makes a little more sense, but
I don't know. I feel like a lot of that's a little, but again, it depends, right? Because especially if, I've always wondered this too, because this happens to artists sometimes. Let's say you're the Beatles, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you write like some weird acid filled song called like, Helter Skelter.
Right.
And it's just a goofy, weird song. And then you find out that your song inspired
Right.
a serial killer. Like, that's got to be a weird thing to navigate. I don't know how I'd even respond to that. That would be really weird,
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
your rational side of your brain would be like, yeah, I had nothing to do with that. Like,
Right.
but then it's got to be weird. It's just, that's got to be a very strange thing, to live through as an artist, I don't know, I don't know how you'd respond to that kind of thing.
Yeah. I wonder.
Yeah. All those people who, read Young and the Dead and then just started massacring everyone around them, like it's hard to it's hard to picture that could happen, you know what I mean? I don't know. That's weird. It's got to be very strange. I tend to be very old school with that, where I don't think the artists are responsible for somebody being a lunatic.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
I agree with that. But then there's some where the artists, just kind of change, like you listen to like Beastie Boys' License to Kill, super, super misogynistic.
Yep.
And and since then they've kind of, obviously they definitely walk that back, and they're anything but that. But
I kind of love the evolution of the Beastie Boys though on that. Because their later stuff, they even like did interviews where they were like, yeah, we just kind of feel bad. We were like obnoxious teenagers, like, and you're like, yeah, that actually makes sense, like, I don't know. I don't know. I actually liked that evolution.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Also, their music just got way better, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, I love License to Ill, but yeah, I mean, even definitely Paul's Boutique, I think, is technically way better album.
Oh yeah. And I feel like Ill Communication, like it got pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh man. I was just re-listening to a couple Beastie Boys albums and was like, whew, it's good stuff. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
I had somebody make the audacious claim that the Beastie Boys weren't true hip hop. And I was like, have you guys looked into the history of hip hop?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, at the time they came out, I know there were probably some criticisms just because they were kind of the first, like rap white group to get any, and they were, but their stuff was so different. I mean, even like what I'm talking about, like License to Ill. I mean, it was like frat boy rap, so it wasn't like they definitely did their own thing.
Yeah.
And I think as but yeah, they were in that whole scene. I mean, they were.
Yeah,
and
I wouldn't call them like the most fundamental band or anything in that genre, but they're definitely one of the roots, like one of the early ones,
Yeah, if you talk to most hip hop artists, I mean, they'll get their respect,
Yeah. So I like that about the boys of Beastie. Let's see here. So we have, man, why does flat coloring? Am I crazy, Scott? Does flat coloring take you forever too? It always takes me forever.
It's crazy that flat coloring takes longer than shading it actually in once it's flat color. It's just like,
oh yeah.
Shouldn't, but yeah, I hate it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like strangely meditative, but it's like every once in a while I'll be working on it because it's easy to kind of lose track of time. And then I'll be like, has this really taken that long? Okay, let's see here. Dylan said, sadly, smooth brain children.
I hope I didn't go overboard with the pouches in this. I don't want to get too Rob Liefeld-y, but I needed something to separate the Joker from.
Wait. There's no legs. There's no feet either.
Oh yeah.
Where are your influences on your pouch, Scott?
Right, yeah.
I love that Liefeld did that parody cover called The Pouch.
Oh, I know. That's from, yeah.
I think that is just
and there's even in did you see the Wolverine Deadpool movie?
No, I haven't yet. Is it good?
Yeah, it's good. But in the background, there's a scene in the background, there's a storefront and it says Liefeld. Well, I forgot what it said. It's something. It was a joke about him not drawing feet, like everything but feet or something like that. It's just everything but shoes or somewhere.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, I forgot what it was, but
yeah, I think I the more I've learned about Liefeld, the more I kind of like him as a person because he leans into it. Yeah, and I kind of think if ever that happens, where I'm a poor, picked on by the internet multimillionaire, I hope I lean into it like that too.
I don't think I never have, and I don't think I ever will appreciate his art, but as a person, I mean, I don't have anything bad to say about the guy. I think that everything I've heard him on, he seems like a cool dude.
That's kind of where I'm at is, I will say this, that I've thought about this long and hard because I was, even at the time, not a fan of Liefeld's art.
No, I was. To me, it almost, because I was such a fan of Art Adams, it looked like he was trying hard to be Art Adams, and he just was not.
and I went for a lot of the Image stuff. Like I was really, really into, Todd McFarlane and Jim Lee. I thought Jim Lee was amazing. I thought all of them were great. But Liefeld was always the one I just didn't quite understand, where I was like, I even fell for the Waltz Portasio stuff. Like I was on the train of the Image guys.
The one I didn't get into was Jim Valentino, but his
I'd
humor
agree.
stuff. I've got a comic book that he did called I think it's like Nowhere Man or Nobody's Man or something like that. And it's more of a humor book, and it's the artwork, and that's really good. So I think he's more suited for like humor stuff.
Yeah. But like the Liefeld thing, yeah, I never quite understood, but I was definitely among people who were, teasing the bad anatomy and all that stuff. But the one thing I will say in defense of that I've since come to as I've gotten older is, like, for one thing, realizing the age he was at when he was doing.
Yeah. Forget it, man.
I will say this: he's a much better artist than I was at that age.
Oh, hell yeah.
Like, had I gotten a Marvel deal, my comics would have looked dreadful in comparison. Like,
having
not
said
even
that,
close.
I don't know that he's evolved that much since then, to be honest. But
in defense of those who crap on Liefeld's art style, what Scott said, yeah. So it's, but I do admire anyone who can roll with a joke. I feel like another good example is like William Shatner, who notoriously overacted and then was made fun of for overacting. Which, by the way, people who like Shatner know that about Shatner, but the fact that he rolled with it, whereas you had Nimoy, who was criticized for a similar thing, who got like artistically offended by it.
Mm-hmm.
And just looking at the way that rolls out for people, I would say there's just something to be said for having a sense of humor about yourself, like not taking yourself too seriously,
Yeah.
That I think treats people well in their careers. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, if I'm in the horrible position that Rob Liefeld's in, where I just have millions and millions of dollars that I made as a teenager, and I'm made fun of for drawing, if that's the case, I hope I handle it as well as he has. That poor multimillionaire. That is funny though. I'm glad they did a joke on that. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to disappear for 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Do you mind if I put something on, or do you want to chat with the chat?
Ahead.
Okay. Let's do.
Not that I don't want to talk to the chat, but yeah, go ahead. Put your thing in.
All right. Yeah, Scott doesn't like you, chat. Write that down. Keep that in mind, guys. And let's play Philip Chandler's review, because Philip was in the chats earlier. Heard he wasn't feeling too well. I hope you feel better, Philip. And here is your video.
Hi, my name is Phil Chandler. I'm a freelance artist, illustrator, and cartoonist. Today, though, however, I want to tell you about a graphic novel I picked up recently called Jacob's Apartment. This book was both written and beautifully illustrated by Joshua Kemble. It is a story of a doomed romance that causes the main character to question his beliefs and his faith, while he's also going through other tragedies in his life. Every page has been illustrated by hand and digitally colored with painstaking detail. It is an emotional story that causes you to think and even question things in your own life. And while the story is a tragedy, it is one that I was completely entertained by, and I highly recommend. You can currently find this on Amazon, or even check in with your local bookstore and see if you can order it. And while you're at it, you can also check out my Instagram at Phil Chandler Arts, and also my YouTube channel by the same name, Phil Chandler Arts. And go buy Jacob's Apartment.
I will say, though, for people who defend Liefeld too much, do watch that Drawing Comics video with Liefeld and Stan Lee. And you'll understand he kind of had it coming a little bit.
I did rewatch that when, again, breaking the fourth wall a little bit, but I was kind of doing a little research on Stan Lee. And
just the way Stan Lee's like, oh, those are cute spikes. And he's like, yeah, no, they're really nice spikes.
Yeah, I got to put all these pouches. Yeah. He's talking about the pouches, like the shoulder pads. You got to have these big shoulder pads. He goes, yeah, this is a new character. I'm not doing I don't know how to do a Liefeld impersonation. He's like, yeah, this is a brand new character, and it just looks like Cable, but it's a different guy. It's Cable without the little glowing eye.
And of course, the gun is like gigantic.
Yeah.
It's so good. Yeah, but credit to him, man. You know, I'd love a job where somebody has me sit down and just draw a bunch of spikes on stuff. That'd be fun. I caught myself doing a drawing like that once or twice for my kid, where you're like, I'm gonna add more spikes and more cool.
Oh,
things.
and don't get me wrong. I was doing all that stuff when I was that age too. I mean,
Yeah.
My characters were way out there just like that.
It is surreal to think the kind of money that those image guys were getting at that point in time. I mean, Todd McFarlane had his own hockey team. He had like sports cars with like the Spawn mobile.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I went to a signing when I was a kid and they were chauffeured there by a limousine.
Yeah.
Like, this was a different era of time for comics, you know? I guess the only thing equivalent to it now would be, you know, like maybe the creator of The Walking Dead, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not from the comics. I can tell you that. It's from all the ancillary properties and games and all that other stuff. It's not the comics that he's making his money out of.
Yeah. It's the movies, you know? Yeah, it bummed me out. We talked to an industry insider. I don't want to name who, but who was mentioning that that movie properties, movies are starting to go back to wanting to buy the true blue kind of existing properties again, and that kind of bummed me out to hear. Do you remember that convo, Scott?
I'm guessing I know who it was, but
yeah.
What do you mean by going back to buying the true blue?
So I guess during COVID, there was like this beautiful period for especially artists,
okay.
You know, to pitch things because, you know, they just couldn't hire actors, you know? And so you had this like kind of second animation boom where everyone's buying animations. And so you have all these beautiful kind of like original animations that are going to be coming out probably for the next few years.
Right.
And the fact that Hollywood is kind of reverting to like, no, we want, you know, the two things that already are popular.
Yeah.
Was kind of a bummer to hear, you know, because I was like, oh, because I was really enjoying animation the last few years, you know?
Yeah. I just watched a YouTube video that Steven Silver put out. You know who Steven Silver is? He's an animator.
Yes.
Yeah. So
one of the best character designers.
Yeah. He did the designs for like Clerks and Danny Phantom and Impossible and all kinds of stuff. But he was talking about AI, his whole take on it, and he had mentioned that they just put out some studio just put out a full AI feature. So I mean, it's like, that's probably what, you know, the same people that what you're talking about, that's going to be what they're going to be interested in because they could get it for so much cheaper, not have to pay anyone. So
I was thinking about this too, like you know, we'll find out next week. But prior to about, you know, 6 years ago, or I should say like 8 years ago, I had a pretty high faith in humanity. Weirdly enough.
Okay. I want to hear that, and then I want to chime in on my turnaround. Probably happened a little earlier than that, but go ahead.
Well, I just had a faith in the idea that, you know, people, when given good options, are at like, you know, and I had worked in industry for a while at that point. So I definitely saw that, like, you know, the thing that happens with art and committees and stuff like that, you know, but I always felt like the only reason it's like that is because you're insulting the audience. Like, you know, the good old creative writing 101 kind of viewpoint of things. Like, you don't have to write down to the audience. You should assume the best of your audience. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then, a certain orange man got elected to the presidency, and in what to me to this day has been just I have trouble believing it. Like I just don't. I don't understand it. I still don't understand it. I have no concept in my head of why or how. I've talked to people who support the guy, and I can't wrap my mind around the cognitive dissonance of just like everything you have to like discount, every fact you have to just kind of like close your mind to.
I don't like to get too political.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I'm trying to not be too,
Yes.
whatever. But like, so at my block party, all my neighbors, they're all supporting Trump, and I mean, it seems like everyone around me, and it's and these are normal everyday. They're not like they're not going to rallies, and they're not like the hardcore, cultish, and but I don't. It's weird. I don't get it, but they don't talk about it all the time either.
Yeah.
Either it's something here or there, and that's cool, and we're still friends, and that's fine, and I think that's the way it should be.
Yes.
But it still baffles me. But beyond that, but what I was going to say is my my kind of faith in humanity, I think, happened around the pandemic because I always watch like you watch Walking Dead and you watch all these apocalyptic things.
Yes.
It shows or media, and I'm thinking, would society really fall apart like that, or would people band together? And I always thought that people would band together.
Yeah,
for the most
find
part.
their better,
There'd be certain
angels.
people that are out to rob, just take. But as the most part, I would kind of hope people would band together. And then once you have, obviously not an apocalypse, but you have a global pandemic, and how divided people became, that was like, okay, yeah, no, there's pretty much no hope. We can't come together in a global pandemic.
I agree with you. The global pandemic, I think there was that point where everybody was freaking out and buying like toilet paper. Do you remember that point?
Oh yeah.
That was about the point of the pandemic where I was like, they actually like made a human seem better than we would react.
It was such a funny bit. I think it was Josh. You know Josh Johnson? He's
no.
a comedian. I think he's on the Daily Show. So.
Oh, okay.
But his comedy stuff's way because he's on the Daily Show. He's just kind of reading the script. So
yeah.
I'd seen him on there a bunch of times, and I thought, okay, he's kind of funny. But then I started listening to his stand up, and he's like hilarious. And he talks about all kinds of stuff, some political, a lot of it not. But he had this one bit, and I'm not going to do it justice. But he was talking about like people who have the bunkers and stuff like that, and it's like these people, they're waiting for this day where the world goes to hell and all this stuff, and it's just like they're doing all that, and then when it finally does, they're like, I don't believe it. It's fake, it's like now's your chance.
No, that's actually a really good point. Like the one time you could have rocked your bunker,
right?
That's funny. Yeah. So anyhow, so with that being said, I'd like to think that the better part of me, the part of me that believes in people who really believe in art, is the part of me that wants to believe that people will get tired of the just I'm forgetting now. I was using this word and now I'm forgetting what it is. It's the that thing that happens when you have like too many pores on a CG model. Oh, the uncanny valley.
Oh yeah.
So I think that there is kind of an uncanny valley with AI art that's very strange and almost like too good or too slick. Like I can definitely hear it in AI music where it's just there's something about it that's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not it's hard to put your finger on. But I like to think that humanity will catch on to that and want something human. But then I also realized that there's a good chance that, people are going to re-elect someone who literally tried to overthrow the government. So
Most
I,
people can't tell what's AI and what's not, and they'll go and share stuff like that on social media, thinking it's true and it's AI and it's obvious AI.
yeah, and I
But
should know that by now, because it's like I've definitely seen enough people who are impressed by something that anyone who studied art, would look at and be like, I mean, that's kind of okay. Like that's a high school thing, but okay, you know. Um, like some of those pictures where it's like this guy painted this way on the beach, and you look
right,
at it and you're like, that's like a mall portrait, dude. Like like it's not, you know, it's not like this great, and you'll see like a million comments and
yeah,
they'll be like,
oh yeah,
oh, that's amazing. And you're like, no, I mean, that's like an airbrushed mall portrait. Like
right.
it's not actually hard to do. Like anybody, you give that to anyone I know who does art and they could do that portrait.
Yeah, it's like the thing that's, and it is impressive. Like I saw some guy was sketching on a beach or whatever, and you're like, what the hell? This is nothing. And he
And
flips
then
it
they flip
over,
it
and it's a
upside down.
yeah, it's a portrait of Bruce Lee, and it looks just like Bruce Lee. And it's like, okay, it's impressive, but that guy, I guarantee you, that guy has drawn that portrait 100 times
Yep.
and figured out how to do it, so it's just second nature at this point.
Yeah.
So where you're not seeing him practice this thing over and over again to get at the point where he could do that.
Yeah.
It's like, and he's done it so many times where if you're only seeing it for the first time, it's like, oh wow, look at that. But it's like, okay, if I dedicated myself to figure that out,
Yeah.
it's basically all you'd have to do is take a portrait of Bruce Lee, flip it upside down, and practice drawing it.
Yep.
Until you and keep drawing it till you don't see Bruce Lee, you see what it looks like upside down, and
You're just looking at the shapes. Yeah.
Yeah, you're looking at the shapes. Yeah.
And it's kind of like a lot of people who really like Thomas Kincaid and stuff and art like that, where for people who paint, it's like you can kind of look at that and you realize like you really kind of learn a gimmick to paint a tree, and then you learn a gimmick to paint a cottage,
And then you hire other people to do it and put your name on it.
Well, yeah, at some point you actually do that too, which I think is brilliant. Because if you're having to paint, sparkle trees and cottages, why not have a factory do it? Especially if all the paintings are pretty much the same. But anyhow, there's a gimmick painter too. Like this has been known by artists for years, where it's like a gimmick. You learn like 3 landscape techniques, and then you can recombine them. And like this one, the mountains over here. This one, I'll mix a little more blue in my palette. They're not like these stunning pictures. They're impressive to people who don't paint. And so it's like that. That to me makes me worried about the future, because you're right. I think to most people, they aren't really going to see the difference. Because I've seen this my whole life. I'll have friends repost art that I'm like, why would you be? And they're like, this is just so amazing. And you're like, this is awful. Like, why would you like this? But then I have to remember, like, well, to them, like, it's not like they know that it's badly drawn,
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that, yeah, you should look up that video of Steven Silver, because it makes a lot of sense. And basically the idea is what we talk about all the time, which is, you get to the point where you have to create your own stuff, and you have to build your own brand, and but it was a really good talk. And he just talks about how most people don't go to the movies and stay to the credits and see who created. They don't care. They don't care if it's created by AI, as long as they're entertained, which is true. And they don't know any better. Most people,
Yep.
Like I go about my block party, Stan Lee goes out there, and half the people don't know who Stan Lee is, even though he's been in every single Marvel movie there is.
Yeah.
And never, it's like, oh, you're Better Call Saul. Like, what? It's so funny.
That's funny. I guess I could kind of see better. I don't see Better Call Saul there.
No,
I guess
I don't
maybe
either.
Tacky Suits. But yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, even with, I don't want to sound horrible either, in the sense that, keep in mind when I was saying that about, Trump people, I don't think they're evil. I just,
I think,
for me, just from my own opinion, it just shows that people can be really dumb. Like really dumb. And that probably includes me, because I'm guessing for things that, like, I'm not like an auto mechanic type guy. I open an engine and I don't know. So I just get like Hondas when I have to get a car, because I know it's cheap to get work done on them and stuff. I know that to like some like mechanics out there or people who understand the mechanisms of cars, that might be like horrible to hear someone say, where they're just like, I just buy the cheapest Honda I can get, and that way I don't have to put money into it. I think to somebody who's like a car enthusiast, that might feel like nails on a chalkboard. Whereas to me, I'm not like really a car enthusiast. I just need something to get from point A to point B, right? I'm just thinking about function rather than, like, I'm not thinking about the art of the car, like, yeah. And so I have to remember that, like, that's a scenario where I'm a layman. Like, I don't really need to do a lot of thinking about it, So I think that AI really does have a shot at kind of destroying the entire art field.
Yeah, but the other thing that he made a point of, which, we've made this point too, but the whole reason why I kind of have gone into doing more maker stuff is because with AI, the good thing is traditional art is going to have a lot more value.
Yeah.
I mean, people are going to still want actual work by the artist. I mean, the person going to see a movie isn't going to care, but there are people that are going to care. Just like you could be an axe maker right now, and you can go out and buy an axe at a hardware store or a whatever hardware store, whatever place sells axes. But there's people that actually, they want that handcrafted axe or whatever, and there's people that make a good living because they're craftsmen like that. I think it's going to be more. I think it's going to go more like that. And it's not going to be, unfortunately, it's going to narrow sort of the playing field a little bit. But it's kind of a matter of kind of getting a head start on all that
and
stuff,
like axing for it. You want to axe for it. But no, I agree with you. I think even at the beginning of the stream, I was talking about that, where something that's been on my mind about it is, and this has come to mind. It's been so fun teaching Art 1, because I've been like pulling out tools and stuff that I haven't touched in like 15 years, and I know how to use, because it's like things you train in, like as an artist, like every art class you're going to have for a long time is going to have you pull out charcoal, and every art class is going to have you using, oil pastels and all these different things, that I don't touch very often. And it's fun to be doing art with those things and remembering I know how to use these, and I know how to do this thing that I'm doing digitally or that I'm doing with ink or whatever, with whatever tool I kind of have with me, and realizing like that the foundation's there, right? And I've started realizing more and more that, like, I think as artists, really having the foundations is going to be really important, because I think all the other stuff, all the bells and whistles are going to be AI. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But those foundations, it's like you can translate that to anything, to traditional art, to, digital art, to whatever it is. And also it's just it's a much more artistic experience. I don't know, doing those foundational things. So I guess what I'm getting at is, I think there's hope yet, but I could be wrong. 'Cause again, I also think there's hope for our country yet, but we don't know till next week. So, and even after next week, who knows, maybe the guardrails that all won't be running again will hold again. I don't know.
Oh shoot, I just realized I got this whole section right here where I don't have any background. Right in here I gotta put some kind of details.
Yeah, I like those details you have in the background. It's are those nonsense tech?
No, well, it's all just different things. Like there's Harley Quinn's bat here. There's
cool.
some throwing knives, some bottles of poison. candy hearts. There's one of those guns that shoots the thing with the bang comes out. So it's just all kinds. And then with Joker, there's the ha 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 laugh, and then there's a crowbar and some dynamite and chattering teeth and a Zippo lighter and a joy buzzer. So all kinds of things like that.
I love it.
Yeah. So I think the background when I do it, it's all going to be grayscale, and the characters it'll be color, so it'll kind of pop off.
Oh, I like that. That'll have a little bit of a tie-in to Henson stuff too.
Yeah,
but not in a bad way. You know, it'll just feel like, yeah, I love that. That's going to be really cool. Dylan said, I don't like Harris, but I really don't like Trump. Cory said, here we go again with the AI hate. Just embrace us. I mean, embrace it.
Yeah. Did you see that video, Cory, with Steven Silver?
Cory, you should have gone too. I sent
he may have gone a little further than Cory, because he did say, he basically said, you know, if you're going to embrace AI, he basically said, stop. Yeah, if an artist uses AI or whatever, you know, you don't need to, you know, berate them or whatever, or you know, he says, you know, it's going to be a point where people just use it. So, you know, he was kind of like, but then he also said, but if you're against AI, you have to be against AI. Because like, I'm kind of against AI, but I'll use like ChatGPT to write the stuff on the back of my trading cards. Because if I had to write all that stuff myself, and it's not really creative writing. So if I had to do when I write creative stuff, I write it myself. But for something that's just a list of facts or something, I'll use ChatGPT for that. So, and technically, I could say that would be taking away, you know, me having to hire a writer. But if I probably would have wrote it myself, even though it took longer. So I mean, I get that, but
yeah, I don't know. I have never really used AI. I think the closest I could say to using AI is like using a drum machine when I record, you know, which is kind of a similar thing, but you know, and for similar reasons where it's like, I don't know how to drum. Like I can kind of drum, but the drum machine sounds better and it fills in with the music better. But I've never really used like full out AI. And I kind of think I might be on that side of like against it, even for like simple stuff.
Yeah, I get it. But you may reach a point where I think we're all going to reach a point where whether we like it or not, we're using AI, even if it's not our intention.
Well, I can guarantee I'm using AI whether I know it or not, like just using a search engine. Right. Know? So it is kind of inevitable in that sense. You know I'm using AI when I drive my car.
Yeah.
Because even, you know, even Hondas from, you know, the year I bought it, like have AI with the, there's a specific brake correction thing. So it'll like sense if you're too close to a car and kind of auto your brakes. That is an AI function. So it's interesting that like, yeah, there are AI functions that are just part of the world. Yeah, I think, what was it? Dylan was saying, I've been watching videos about flexible hours, part-time jobs, and they mention sites where you write articles and almost all of them say just use AI.
Yeah.
And then Cory was saying true drinking water and energy. I think you might be talking about the AI for, I don't know what that meant. Maybe that was referencing something. I think he's talking about possibly like the use of AI in facilities and stuff like that. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, you know, the march of progress, where that leads us. But I still think at the end of the day, I think that, you know, I was an early adopter of like digital fonts, you know, when that became a thing. And then I grew to love the traditional stuff later on. And I think, Scott, you had a similar thing where, you know, you've been using fonts for years, but you grew to love you know, you built your own fonts and stuff, and like that makes you appreciate the guys who can make them from scratch, you know. Like it's so I think I will have to watch that Steven Silver thing, because I think that's probably correct, where it's like, yeah, we just yeah, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to kind of see where that all leads. Okay, I was going to disappear for a second, so let me.
I will too. I'll be back, but
okay. So let me put on. Yeah, because we're at the 3-hour mark. So I'm going to put on a trailer. Cory, consider hopping on. I'm only going to be streaming till I finish that last panel, which means probably about maybe like 20 to 30 minutes longer. So if you want to hop on and hang out with us for like a half hour, dude, feel free. I know you've got comics to do, Cory. I know you do. All right, I'll be right back. We're gonna play the trailer. Cory, if you decide to hop on, the links in the Artcasters chat on Facebook. And let's do Christopher Runciman's review.
Hi, my name's Chris and I like comics. I want to talk about this comic for a second here. I just got this in. I ordered it direct from my local comic shop through Diamond Distributing. It's Joshua Kemble's Jacob's Apartment. I really enjoyed this book. There's all kinds of comics out there, let's be honest. There's fun comics, there's superhero comics, there's young adult comics, there's adventure comics for kids. There's so many different things under the planet. But there's also an entire subgenre of alternative books. Real life, real world depictions in comic book form. Situations that happen to each and every one of us. And this is a fine example of that. If you get a chance, order this book from your local comic shop. You won't be disappointed. I can't sing its praises high enough. Okay? Check it out. Jacob's Apartment by Joshua Kemble.
Cory said the term AI has changed to mean everything. They're trying to kill normal practices like index searching, which doesn't use a lot of processing, to AI search, which uses a ton, is not better. Yeah. And I think the problem with AI search, which is just kind of being implemented whether we like it or not, is it also has the fact problem. But I guess I should point out that humans seem to be having a similar problem in the last few years, like a real fact problem, where I'm wondering if vetting of facts is just, I don't know. I guess we'll find out, but I feel like people's ability to parse facts or weigh things is severely injured in the last, few years, where there's no questions with, I don't know. I feel like extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and that's kind of been thrown out the window in the last few years. Dylan said, I have been hearing in my head Malcolm from Jurassic Park saying, if we even stopped to ask if we even should. But I can also see, there probably are areas where AI will do wonders and maybe create new jobs. I would agree with that argument, at least as a rational justification for some elements of AI. I can definitely see that. That's actually something I was thinking about recently. This is a weird topic. I don't know, Scott, you can change the topic too if this is boring to you, but like one thing that's been on my mind recently is there's a big push by, and it's been for years, to like kind of bring manufacturing back to the US, all manufacturing back to the US. And I can understand for me, I can understand arguments I may even not agree with if they have like legs to them that are somewhat rational. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's like, it's possible to actually disagree with someone who has a rational argument. You just don't agree with it. You know what I mean? And just because their argument's rational doesn't prove it true. It just means their argument has some standing. It has some merit. You can make an argument with merit for some horrible things, but you can have a good argument for it. That's not for Scott or Cory. That's just for anybody who maybe isn't, used to that. But like, so for me, what I've heard from like both the left and the right is this like kind of push to bring like manufacturing of all components to the US. And I've generally been a person who's like, I'm kind of in favor in theory of the idea of like, I feel good if I buy something and it says made in America. Like, I don't think most people like not buying something that's made locally. But then I heard a really solid, I don't know, it was an interesting argument and I hadn't really thought about it before. And I think it has some standing for why that might not actually be a good idea. And I don't know where this relates to AI. It's just something I was thinking about recently. So it's like, if we bring back, let's say we start bringing back like U.S. steel workers, right? And you're going to just have all steel made in the U.S. So we have a worker shortage right now, which is really weird. It's hard for me to believe that because I was just recently on a job hunt. So I understand like the job market's rough. And it might be because, I'm older. And so I had to search for like, like jobs that are like, you're going to be like getting the, you're overqualified a lot, but anyhow, but I've read statistics on it and stuff, and it's like we're at like a ridiculously low unemployment rate for the country. Like the country's unemployment rate is at like a record low, and that means for like really low level work. And by the way, when I say low level, I don't mean it's beneath people. I'm just saying like entry level work. There's like actually a shortage for like a lot of entry level work. And so if you think about like manufacturing where the manufacturing itself is like really complicated, things like what like Boeing is doing, where they're not making the steel, they're not making most of the components, but they're assembling the components to make machines that like no one else in the world can make. I heard this interesting argument that if we started bringing back steel work to have people who are working in a factory like that, that's going to take away from people who could be working in a factory making something much more complicated that's harder to outsource. And so in a weird way, outsourcing the small stuff, I'm just repeating their argument. I'm not saying I agree with it. It's something I'm thinking about. But they were saying like basically outsourcing kind of the lower level manufacturing stuff, like smelting certain metals, which doesn't require like a crazy amount of expertise to be able to run or do. If we brought all of that back to our country, that might actually be at the cost of workers for things that you can't just have other countries do. So like it's anyhow, hearing that argument, it made me like think about it a little bit. And I was starting to realize that, I think that like, if you're making the argument from like a national security standpoint where you're like, hey, if we're manufacturing all these things, if we ever end up at war or something, and we're at war with a place that is manufacturing the very components we need to go to war, like that has a good solid national security argument to why you don't want to outsource. But if we're just talking about like basic early stages or small components that are being manufactured that are pretty simple to kind of make, bringing all those back and kind of pulling from the workforce that needs workers for more complicated things, I don't know if that's a good thing. So I'm kind of curious about that. I'm also curious about AI, Cory's take on that, who might be joining us. I don't know if we're going to get the real Cory though. Cory got replaced by AI on Halloween.
I wonder if he just forgot to take that off or if he's still AI Cory.
Yeah, I cannot tell if this is AI Cory or regular Cory, so I guess we'll find out when I add him to the screen. Although I'm just seeing black, but I think you know what, Cory, just give me a thumbs up or something when you're ready to go. Okay, cool. Here we go. I don't know if that's AI. He did a thumbs up and then an automated thumb came up, so I don't know.
An automated thumb? Is that a? I didn't see the thumb.
It popped up. You must be on a Mac.
I'm on my phone.
Oh, there you go. Well, you got it to do it once. It was like the magic thing where you make a heart and it makes the little heart thing.
I'm gonna see. I'm trying to do a bunch of stuff on my computer, and I need passwords for my phone. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes.
Great. Okay.
Now Cory's going to say all the offensive stuff that he doesn't want anyone to clip and say it was AI Cory.
Exactly.
I don't know what you're talking about.
And first, I want to talk about those gosh dang. No, just kidding.
Yeah, it just gets really incendiary really fast.
No, I read something recently that I thought, oh, I didn't even think about that. All of these major companies, and we can totally talk about not AI because all of my students are talking about it all the time. I'm so sick of it. But all of these companies are investing huge amounts of infrastructure into data centers.
Yeah.
And so they're doing AI not because AI is better or that it's even more profitable, but because it's like a monopoly move where after they kill all of the normal low processing functions that everybody uses and have worked for decades, then everybody will be reliant on only the companies who own giant data centers next to nuclear power plants. And so it's kind of like a vertical integration that I hadn't considered before, where
they're Amazoning it.
Yeah,
they're going to kill all the bookstores and be like, now we want to open bookstores.
Yeah, it's going to be like Rockefeller, right? It's going to be like, it's like I own all the verticals, or whatever. And so, like AI can't fail for Microsoft or Google or whoever because they're investing billions of dollars, not into the development of AI, because it doesn't actually matter if that is good or not, and it won't be good. But if people stop using normal function, like an index search doesn't use that much processing power. Like the Google spiders go out, the Bing spiders go out, they crawl the internet, they do the stuff. And then we just search and it's like, oh, this seems like the most relevant result. None of that is AI. That's just index search, right? But now that we have like these automated answers that are like crawling the internet, it's actually increased each search that everybody does is using drinking, like potable water, like electricity, like, and all this stuff. And so it's becoming this huge problem, and they're just kind of all pretending like, yeah, we never said we were going to go green, or whatever. They're just kind of pretending that because they're hoping to basically wait everyone out and only be, left with the people who can build giant data centers to do basic cloud computing functions that didn't need a huge amount of processing in the past. So,
well, thank goodness all the, all the CEOs and stuff of multi-million-dollar social media companies have recently come out to exclaim that they're all very green-loving liberals, and there's no like strange, like very libertarian, pro-business, anti any sort of regulations placed on those businesses. Like there's been none of that sentiment coming from the big owners of social media because it's so liberal,
I have a question on that, Josh, and you guys tell me what you think. So again, I don't like to get too political. So let's just say Elon Musk.
Okay. You guys have to kind of give us a pass because like we have a literal U.S. election next week. So of course it's got to be a little bit on our minds. Okay.
It just seems weird to me that Elon Musk is kind of going the direction he is when, I mean, he has basically like a green company. Like Tesla is it's an electric car company. I mean, I would think most of his most of his consumer base are probably more into green energy and things like that. And I think where he's leaning now is like the exact opposite. So do those people with do they all trade in their big giant gas guzzling trucks for Teslas now?
Yeah.
Or do the other people like say, well, maybe my next electric car I do something else? Does it seem weird to you? Does that seem like a smart move to you?
It's a weird one to me. There's a couple things that seem weird about it. One is, what is the biggest conspiracy theory that you guys have heard regarding like the left for like the last like 10 years that they've said about who controls the left?
Oh, George Soros?
Yeah. So it's always been this claim, like there's this billionaires, they're just kind of running through the thing. They're really political operatives. To me, what I don't understand regarding Musk, so there's a couple things. I will get to what you were saying too. But there's a couple things that don't make sense regarding Musk. One is, why is the right wing okay with suddenly, like, all I've heard for years was that social media is being controlled by the left, and they're using it to push and suppress the right, and they're using it to push propaganda and force down freedom of speech, and there's giving an unfair advantage because they're billionaires and they're spending their billions of dollars on political campaigns, and that's wrong because billionaires shouldn't be doing that. And then you literally, without question, no conspiracy theory, have the richest man in the world buy one of the biggest social media companies in the world and blatantly push politics, like more than any owner of any social media company has ever done in the history of the internet. And right wingers are just on board. That to me is weird. But I also think it's hard to say, to answer your question, Scott, because Musk's companies have always been really kind of amazing. I actually was a big fan of Tesla. But it's bizarre to me, and they've also been pretty green conscious. Mm-hmm. But Musk himself, the way he's always run businesses, has been very it's hard to say. It's like anti-union. Like, if you're not going to work, 24 hours a day for the next 4 years, you're fired. So kind of ruthless, very hard business tactics. And so it's kind of weird, but I think it's a bid to kind of get power. I don't know what it is. It's an interesting thing, but I definitely don't think it's necessarily smart, because maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think most Tesla owners are like, the voter base of, I don't know, but maybe I'm wrong. Cory, you got any thoughts on that? I don't know. Sorry, I'm not trying to get too political either. I just was mystified by the lack of outrage that there's a literal billionaire, like the richest person on the planet, who without doubt is rigging and trying to kind of sway an election. I don't know. It's interesting to me that like the opponents have gone silent on that kind of front. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's weird.
Well,
it's weird all around.
You know how you have classic liberalism and like whatever's going on now.
Yeah,
I think you've got the same thing with conservatives, because there's fiscal conservatives, there's social conservatives, and now there's the new type, which are just more like tribal. I don't know what you'd call them, but they're more tribal conservatives. So I wouldn't say that they are fiscal conservatives or even social conservatives, because they don't really align with, like what Reagan was doing. They don't really.
Yeah, there's not even really much of a, like, I've been weirded out by this too. Like, there's not really much of a policy, thing.
Right. So,
which is bizarre.
I would say for the same thing of those liberals that are about, free speech and, a lot of the things that seem to have been brushed aside by like whatever we're calling this new liberalism. I think the same thing's happening with that. So you're trying to apply logic to a tribal situation. I mean, it's just.
Yeah, it's hard. It's a hard one to comprehend, but it's also like, I don't know if you guys read recently the Zuckerberg thing too.
I think I heard something about
So
that.
Zuckerberg came out of the woodwork and basically has been like, I've always been a conservative. I'm against all this crap. And like, basically
No, I
he's
didn't
not
hear
going to
that.
moderate the mistruths of the election during this election season, and pretty much was like, kind of came out and kind of gave the like, God bless Trump.
Well, I mean, that makes sense because I really don't like either candidate for quite a few reasons. But if you are a monopolist and you have the option of going with an FTC chair that is like, yeah, Bork is right. Let's just, like invisible guiding hand of self-interest, this whole thing, let's just let it roll. Or somebody who wrote their PhD thesis on how to dismantle monopolies and monopsonies, which is the current FTC chair. If those are your two choices, you're gonna pick the proposed candidate that isn't going to destroy your business and livelihood.
I agree. I think it's interesting because it's been speculated for, decades that these people in question have been, secret operatives of the left. That's been interesting to me, that kind of turn. Because again, it's like, it's just bizarre because I guess what I'd like is consistency, and I don't see consistency entirely on the left either. But I also, have been paying attention the last few years to realize, like, there's a couple things that I know. Like, one is there's not like an equivalence on both sides. There's just not, at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, there's an equivalence to an extent, but it's kind of like, I feel like it's unfair. Let me put it this way. I feel like, if let's say I'm conducting job interviews, right?
Yeah.
And every applicant comes in, they all have a college degree. They all have like a pretty decent job history and stuff like that. And then one of them comes in and it's a person wearing a diaper who has nothing, no paperwork, no defensible anything. And I'm told when that person wearing a diaper is that I have to be fair and balanced with these job interviews and that at no point should I show any bias. And I'm told this with the person with the diaper in the room.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay, well, where's your job application? They're like, no, that's not what we asked this person. Like, this person just, we have to treat everybody fair and balanced. So they proceed to have the worst job interview in the world. It's clear they have maybe the level of education of like a first grader. And this is for like a nuclear power plant that I'm doing this interview for. And again, like I'm like, well, they didn't say anything true, like throughout this entire interview. They have no experience. They lied through their teeth. They're incapable of even holding, their feces or whatever. And they're like, no, be fair and balanced. So then we go to the other interview, and one of the applicants like lies once during the interview, maybe forged part of their resume. Like, they accidentally said maybe they worked somewhere like a month longer than they did. And they're like, man, this guy lies. To be fair, this is a liar. And we got to be fair and balanced here, right? On one hand, we had somebody who came into the interview, they lied. On the other, we have somebody who came into the job interview and they had lied. It's just like, yes, there's an equivalence there. But it's like, I feel like the emperor clearly has no clothes on in one part of that scenario. And I think that's kind of where we're at with the two parties, where it's like, yeah, both parties are insane, but they are not equally insane. And there's the guy with no clothes, like the emperor with no clothes. And then you have a candidate who's kind of like a crappy regular politician candidate. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's where we're at. We have one person who literally tried to overthrow the government. So that's how I feel. Create a false slate of electors, right? To overthrow the electoral college, to literally throw out the vote of the people illegally. plotted with a secret group of people to try to overthrow the government and overturn the election. I mean, I don't know. Like Harris is weird and has issues, but I don't know. Like one person saying they're going to get rid of the Constitution on day one, and they've joked like that before. I don't get why they get a pass on saying things like that, where it's like, well, you can't take this candidate literally, and I'm like, no. Like, I'm going to take candidates for what they say, whether they misspoke or not. Like, and I'll look at it in context and be like, yeah, but if they literally are like multiple times indicating that if 40 out of 44,
Mistaking is one thing, but then when questioning, throwing a softball, asking the same person to clarify and giving the exact same answer.
Yeah.
Doubling down.
And it's the 40, like, to me, there's so many red flags that make it like unusual. Like, it's the 40 out of 44 highest assistants in the office. 40 out of 44 aren't going to be with Trump this time. Why is that? Why isn't he running with his VP? Why does his VP tell the general public that he literally told the VP to disregard the people, the vote of the people, and to elect him president, to turn it to the House so that they could overthrow the role of the people, so they could overthrow the Constitution and make him president. So that's the testimony of the VP. He says that to this day. Why is it that 40 out of 44 of his biggest staff members, right? Again, 40 out of 44, there's 4 who don't say this, testify that he was the worst human being they've ever met in their life. Most of the generals that worked under him resigned because multiple times, according to their testimony, he told them to overturn the Constitution in loyalty to him. It's just red flag after red flag. So when I look at him compared to Harris, who, can be a shill sometimes, can, speak duplicitously, doesn't have the cleanest record in the world. It's just really hard for me to understand a world where we're pretending that these are equivalent problems. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm sorry, that was my rant. But I get passionate about it because I feel like I'm living in a country that's lost its mind. Like, they didn't watch on January 6th when that happened. Like, I watched that on live television. The first person to break in was a Proud Boy. It's not like these were like shills from like the left it's not like cops were letting them in, so I don't know. It's tough. Cause like, as a person who loves the Constitution, loves the country, it's hard for me to, do the both sidesism, or the hear people say like, well, I'm undecided. Cause it's like, at this point, most people I've met who say they're undecided, they're voting for that guy. They just don't want to admit they're voting for that guy. I don't know, but again, I might be missing something, and I feel like I just freaked Cory out. So Cory's like, because it's like dead silent. AI Cory shut down.
As the kids say, I was just letting you cook, man.
Yeah. But that's kind of that's my big, like, that to me, the big argument for like why Trump is a problem is not like the typical like right-wing problem or left-wing problem. This is a uniquely destructive to our democracy or our republic. If you're one of those people who's going to be like, we're not a democracy, it's like, I get it. Yes, we're a democratic republic, but he's destructive to the entire thing, and he doesn't care. And I think he's going to be Hitler? No, I don't think he's going to be Hitler, because I think Hitler had a big vision, like centuries. If you ever read what the guy wanted to do, he had like thousands of years in the future what he wanted for Germany. Right? He had a vision for his people, and he believed in it, even if he was horrible. Trump doesn't have a vision. Trump just is literally about Trump. Like, he will do whatever suits him well. And so I don't think it's going to become some Hitlerian scenario, but will we have like a fascist scenario? For sure. Like, not Nazi, but fascist for sure. Like a cult worship personality kind of scenario. Where the Constitution will be tested again very severely. Yeah, for sure. It's going to happen if that man's back. But I don't, and again, Harris, like, I'm not happy with Harris. But I'll tell you, like, I might be crazy, but I'd vote for I would literally vote for a log over, because at least even if I was voting for a log, that log wasn't previously president with all of its appointees basically saying, "Don't elect this guy; he could ruin the country." Like, this man spoke to me in private, and told me to disregard the Constitution and defy my pledge to the Constitution when I came into office. Like, that to me, that should be disqualifying for anyone, left or right. If you had testimony of Harris and her previous workers saying that, and I'm talking like unanimous, like everybody in her administration, like, or everybody, let's say where she was DA, if everybody who worked with her at the DA office, all the bigwigs up there resigned because they were like, this woman wants to destroy California, won't pay attention to the Californian Constitution, doesn't care about law, you know, has asked me personal times to break the law on their behalf. That would be the biggest red flag on the planet. And we have that in one party, and it's not Harris, So I don't know. To me, it's clear as day what the threat is. Again, I'm trying not to even think about this stuff because it's coming close to election time. It's kind of boring after a while, and honestly, it's kind of like, it's exhausting.
I will agree with you on that for sure.
Everything I just went over, that's 1/100th of a reason that people should not support this man. And that's the scattershot technique that I feel like, makes him successful, is like the second, if I talk to somebody who supports him and I bring up January 6th, they'll kind of meander about January 6th, and then they'll jump topics. Like, the second you get them to admit that, no one, even on the Trump side, is arguing that the guy wasn't trying to create his own false slate of electors to overthrow the election of the vote of the people. Like, no one's arguing that, not even on his side. In fact, their argument to the Supreme Court was like, oh, we should actually change the Constitution so that the president can't be held liable for that. Like, that was the argument, was like, hey, he could actually break the law because it's like an official act or duty. It's like we're in clown world, and the idea that, like, that's just, that alone should be disqualifying, along with like a million other things. But that's just that to me is the key component where it's like, no, like, the core thing we're all supposed to do. As a teacher, I'm supposed to do this, right? I swear an oath to the Constitution to teach in California, to the United States Constitution. Right. And that should be disqualifying for a teacher who swore that oath. If you're literally saying, I'm going to overturn the Constitution, that is a disqualifying. If anything's disqualifying, that should be it, And if you like the US, I don't know, but I don't know if people do. I don't know. I'm rambling. I'm sorry. I'm on a rant. Cory, you have to save me. I'm going to keep venting and rambling.
I'll just save you by saying I'm not voting for either candidate. I'm voting for which candidate I think is going to put in an FTC chair, because I think the real problem, not that what you're bringing up aren't possibilities, but I think the real issue that we're facing is, will governments matter soon? Because we have companies that are more powerful than entire continents full of governments. And
I agree with that.
And so for me, I'm a single issue voter right now. And that issue is, who's going to enforce the antitrust laws and who's going to break up the monopolies, duopolies, and monopsonies. And
yeah.
And that's everything else to me is theater, because because I mean, okay, the U.S. could stick around or it could fall, and that's, those are all always possibilities. But like, the very real threat of living in a dystopian, like, corporate profit driven society is actually here and happening. I mean, we have companies that are like, Google is toppling governments. The CIA uses Google to like overthrow foreign governments. And that's not like there's quotes from the CIA where they've just said that out loud. Like they don't even they've been quoted as saying like, yeah, it's great because they're not held to the same rules that we are. Like it's like we have a situation right now where there are a lot of very important issues out there that are being discussed, but the one that is like currently happening is the one that I'm worried about. And so
Yeah.
I think they're both clowns, but which one is going to be the one that is more likely to continue prosecuting monopolies and continue to go out of their way to, I mean, like, probably only people in our community will have noticed that this happened, but this is probably the first time in decades, maybe at least a decade, where a company has been barred from purchasing something because it would have created a stronger monopoly. Adobe tried to buy Figma,
Mm-hmm.
and the FTC blocked that because Adobe runs XD.
Yep.
And between XD and Figma, you have all of UX UI development and software. Those are the two that they use. And so they're like, no, you can't do that because then there wouldn't be any competition. The FTC hasn't done something like that, no matter if we've had a Democrat or a Republican in, since the 80s.
Yeah.
Like it's been over 40 years since there's been like a consistent FTC movement towards blocking monopolistic practices. And so,
but then again, you have to like, and this is the like weird, like wonky stuff that people aren't paying attention to when they're looking at candidates. It's like, again, Biden, for all I know, right now might be a walking zombie in office, but he's a walking zombie with a powerful, very well considered cabinet. And that cabinet was backed by Elizabeth Warren. And a lot of people might be like, oh, what a weird, like crazy progressive. But Elizabeth Warren is known for being one of the most one of the strongest advocates on antitrust. And so when you have somebody like Elizabeth Warren helping with that appointment, which we did, right, you're going to get somebody as the head of the FTC that's going to crack down on that stuff. You're not going to have that with the other side. And again, there's a couple things that I think go beyond clowns. Like a good example is even if you care about free trade or you care about business, it's like having trade routes through the ocean is important. Like having trade routes, clear trade routes is hugely important. Like if, we have like 2 major trade routes shut down in the ocean, our entire economy tanks. And not just that, like I had to teach, world history, civics, like US history, like over the summer, and rereading through a lot of history, you see one thing repeating where if you're not trading with people, you're trading something. If you're not trading products, you tend to be trading bombs, right? Or weapons, like meaning like you fight. Like trade is like a huge, in my opinion, trading with people is a thing that builds civilizations. It builds democracies. It's a good thing. And I think that used to be something like Cory was talking about with liberals. And I'm talking old, like a lot of people are so used to like the modern kind of talking that they don't realize like there's a whole slew of Republicans who used to call themselves liberals. Like we're talking about liberalism, right? And a lot of that does have to do with the idea of free trade, keeping monopolies down, keeping free speech at a peak, right? These were all like things that kind of like, even if we had tit for tat disagreements, the left and the right wings of America used to agree on these things. There weren't a lot of people on the wild left or on the wild right, even in the 80s, like saying, no, like trade is really bad to do with your neighbors, with countries. Like that's a really bad thing to trade because like, instead we should have total isolationism so that we can just build up our armaments and kill each other. It's such a dumb idea. It makes me mad that that's like a spreading idea. But Robert said just wanted to stop in and say hi to Josh and Scott. And he said, put Trump in the smallest jail with only a bucket. No, I don't even want the guy to go to jail. I just don't. I don't want to believe I live in a country where people are that fooled by a used car salesman. It's just that to me bums me out.
Yeah.
And again, all politicians are some level of used car salesmen, but I mean, like, this is a unique one of anyone I've ever seen in my lifetime. This one is uniquely unqualified. Because even like, okay, I had criticisms of George W. Bush. George W. Bush never had a point. I had criticisms of Obama. I had criticisms of a lot of previous presidents. None of them at any point have had verifiable testimony about literally trying to undo the Constitution, override the Constitution, overstep the Constitution, change the Constitution, get people into the Supreme Court so that they can change the Constitution. These are not things that I've heard any president in my lifetime have like such reliable testimony, so much that's basically saying, hey, this guy wants to get rid of the Constitution. Like, this guy wants to destroy the Constitution. That to me is like, that's just like, because if we have no Constitution, we don't have to worry about antitrust stuff. If the Constitution goes out the window, we have a lot more to worry about than just trade. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Cory. I think also for people to care about antitrust stuff, they have to actually kind of have a rough idea of how commerce or business works, right? And that's tough.
Yep.
I don't know. I even have noticed this recently in the last few years where I've realized, like, I don't even think people understand. I don't think most people understand. Like, part of why I don't think people are alarmed by the false slate of elector thing is I don't think most people understand the Electoral College.
Yeah.
And so I don't think they quite understand like what the implications of that are, or they'll hear like a talking point that's like, oh, well, John F. Kennedy tried to do that back in the day. And it's like, no, the states came up with alternate slates. The states, not the candidate. The candidate didn't pick his own electors and send them there. No, the states chose to because they knew it would be close. And so they wanted, in the case of a recount, to be able to make the call quickly. That was it. That's the only equivalent thing in U.S. history that's ever happened and wasn't equivalent. So I think a lot of people don't understand the weight of that, the weight of a U.S. president literally picking electors for the states that they lost so that they could overturn them. Like, that's unbelievable. That takes what Nixon was doing and just makes it look like child's play. Like, all he was doing was bugging the opposition's. He was just listening in. Like, he wasn't literally going to just throw out the electors. Like, that's crazy. I don't know. Anyhow, sorry. That to me is just bizarre,
Good stuff, man.
But if you guys don't have a problem with it, I'd encourage you to read up on the Electoral College and how it works and the civics of our government. Because if you do understand the mechanisms of the government, you will understand the weight of what the threat is in reality, because it's not just a little like, oh, he's being goofy and they're all weird. It's like, no, the guy literally tried to perform an insurrection and overthrow our government. And then his plot was like to have it sent to the House, right? So like the VP was going to lie and say that there was confusion and then pretend that these electors were real. These false slates of electors that Trump was going to pick. And then they were going to send it to the House, which had a Republican majority. And the plan was during the delay, right, which would be caused by the riot. And the plan was it would go to the House. It was a majority Republican House. And then it was an even bigger majority in the people who constitutionally have to vote in the case of a slate confusion of electors. And so that gave a really huge advantage to red states. So the idea was that they would vote on those electors and go, oh, okay, Trump's our president, and just totally overturn the election. That was the goal, and there's like testimony of his lawyers who had these conversations with him. There's testimony of members of the state. They have testimony of the electors who participated in it. They have the electors on video admitting to participating in it. You can look all this up. It's like clear as day. There was an indictment about it. Now they can't charge him because they literally, the Supreme Court literally ruled that the president's a king and can't be charged for anything they do in office. So yeah, it's an interesting, weird time, but I'm very passionate about it. So the FTC thing is very concerning to me, but I feel like without a government in the U.S., we won't have an FTC. So I don't know. I'm rambling.
No.
I'm passionate about this stuff, but to me, the fact that like it was like a month ago where I realized I had even forgotten about the elector slate because of just the deluge of.
There's so much that has happened that I forgot about. I forgot all the documents that get stored in this house. I mean, it's crazy. I mean,
and it was so clear as day that like when it happened, the day after January 6th, in the House of Representatives, every Republican, including Mitch McConnell, said that they would impeach Trump, except they didn't think they could impeach a president who'd already left office. That was the only reason. All of them said he incited the insurrection. You can look it up. They all say it in the House. They all knew it. Like this whole myth of just like washing over what happened there is just insane. Or like people are saying it was mostly peaceful, or that he said be calm and peaceful in a 3-hour speech where he was saying to basically overthrow the government, and then once said, oh, and be calm and peaceful. And by the way, they also have had reporters analyze this, and they know that's not actually something Trump wrote in his speech, because they've looked at the cadence of his speech. And so the parts of the speech that he wrote didn't include that. That was his staff writers who included the calm and peaceful. It's so much damning evidence. I don't understand it. I don't know. I'm sorry for rambling. It's just, I feel like I'm living in a dystopia where people are just pretending that didn't happen.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Yeah, I'm like, literally, I mean, it's like before the Civil War, if somebody was just like, yeah, we should, elect these, southern states. And you're like, no, they just seceded from the government. And everybody's like, well, I mean, technically they were just trying to exploit, like a loophole in the Constitution. It's like, no, they literally tried to, like, I feel like that. Where it's like, come on, guys, look at what actually happened. It's so frustrating. So anyhow, making a comparison to that and Harris, it's like, I don't know, is it equivalent? Is there anything equivalent that people could think of that Harris has done? I don't know. That's just, ugh. Biden's old and kind of out of touch. Okay, great. Did he try to overthrow the government? And also, like, would everybody be okay if Harris tried the same thing? She's the VP. I mean, technically, if Trump wins, is everybody on the right okay with Harris saying, you know what? I created my own slate of electors for the states I lost, and those are the electors. And since I'm the VP, I'm just going to send that to the House, to my people, and they'll just throw away your vote. Like, if they're okay with that, we're in a weird world. I wouldn't be okay with that, And I want her to win over, I don't know. Anyhow, I'm sorry. Whew, rant. I'm passionate about this stuff. Sorry, guys. Okay, I was going to keep it unpolitical, and I got very political.
You even sucked me in there a little bit there, Josh, but yeah.
Oh, but I actually like, here's the thing. I have a lot of friends who are Republicans. They're good people. I don't think they're bad people. Just think there's some Kool-Aid. Dylan said, rant. No, it's, people on my channel know I get political, but, actually, it's funny. I think part of why I get worked up about it is I haven't been talking about it a lot, and just thinking about it makes me irate. Like the fact that no one's talking about it. It's weird.
Well, everyone's talking about it, but it's like,
well, it's just there's so much that just honing it in on that one thing I think is interesting, because again, people are talking about a lot of stuff, but I think they just kind of forget that one thing and the details of it. I don't know. Anyhow, whatever. AI is cool. I killed Cory, guys. AI Cory. Yeah. I don't know if you know this, but the defeat of the AI Cory is just to go on a long political rant, and then AI Cory just gets crushed. Can't compute.
That's how you do it.
But I agree with Cory on the FTC thing too. I think that's an important thing, and I do think that you're right. Like, giant businesses are a huge threat. left or right, who cares? Like at that point, yeah, unfettered.
Yeah, it's pretty terrifying when I don't know, when you look at what they're doing. It's because the other thing that people don't often think about is like, I mean, we're living. It's been joked about that we're living in a post-truth society. Well, that's not the politicians. That literally is that we've taken public discourse and we've destroyed everyone's confidence in any information that they ever see on anything ever.
Yeah.
So there's a lot.
No, and you're right in the sense that it's not like to kind of broaden this out, it's not like that's just a left or right wing thing. That's definitely a social media company thing. That's a problem. It's just a problem. Like the erosion of truth is a practice being practiced by, almost all major social media companies, even if they're not aware of it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because I know, Cory, you've read a lot of the same stuff I have on that, on like algorithms and how they kind of start feeding hate. And a lot of it's like not even man-made. A lot of it's like literally just an algorithm saying, well, this worked, and repeating, like, and then, if you cap onto that, if that's just the algorithms, and then you put a more nefarious actor kind of in charge of some of this ridiculous data control that we have, I don't know what that ends up in,
Yeah, I don't know. It gets weird.
So what's the hopeful thing? What's the hopeful thing after my rants and about my loss in faith in humanity? Like, what's the hope? What's the hope that we can look towards, guys?
I'm hoping that we still just have a democracy left, and I'll be happy.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the hopeful thing is, a 10 to 15 year battle in the federal courts that dismantles monopolies in every segment of society, causing total disruption in the marketplace. And then we enforce the rules that we have already learned work. And we have a smaller, less connected worldwide society, but it'll be more like the internet, a fractured internet where you don't have everyone on one social media network. You've got 50 social media networks, and no one is super powerful or whatever, and businesses are at the point where you can't necessarily afford to buy off the entire Senate, or whatever. You had Sam Bankman-Fried donating millions of dollars to both parties because it doesn't matter. Like they don't care about politics. They care about power, and whichever the way the wind blows from a power structure is the way that they're going to go. So my thing is, that we have, more checks and balances that are naturally built into our communication so that we can go back to having more nuanced communication. And we have less programmed people. Like we're literally, like, I don't think a democracy matters if everyone in society is being programmed by this tribalist algorithm, which I don't think is being created from an evil aspect, but an overtly evil, right? Because if you look at evil, there's commission and omission, right? Like you have evil acts that you commit, and then you have evil things that you allow to happen and don't stop. And I mean, you look at something like Meta, they are aware that they are giving adolescent girls eating disorders, body dysmorphia, anorexia, bulimia, that there's a 1-to-1 correlation between Instagram use and anxiety and depression and suicidal ideation.
Yeah.
And they figured out how to turn that off, and they did an analysis, and it would cost them 1% of their profits, and they decided not to turn it off.
Oh my God.
To me,
well, and I want to kind of highlight that because go ahead, Cory.
To me, that's a sin of omission because they're aware of the evil results. And so to me, that is a company that is saying, we are willing to kill children for 1% of our profits. And that's only allowed to happen because it's not like anybody likes Instagram or anybody likes Facebook. We all hate it. But where else do you go? So they don't have the competition in the marketplace that would naturally burn a company like that. Like as soon as you get to the point where it's like, well, holy crap, I really hate that. I'm not going to shop at that store. So you go to a different store. That's not a big deal, right? Or you don't like what the guy who owns the chicken sandwich restaurant said, you go get a chicken sandwich somewhere else. We don't have that in online discourse right now because we've allowed these monopolies. And so they're like, well, yeah, I mean, I don't really like to think about the fact that we're giving, thousands of people PTSD as they watch, beheadings and pornography to try to screen our social media so that we don't notice that it's there and we pretend like that's automated. But I like to see.
Well, and we also start removing some of those guardrails so that instead of our little crew seeing those things, we can just come up with convenient excuses to just stop filtering that stuff out, which is also happening. Like, I don't know if you've noticed on X, like there's a lot more beheadings and things like that, like sneaking through the cracks because they're doing less vetting of the information, which is a little scary. Yeah. I want to tack onto that because I agree with you. And I think that what you were saying about the little girls and kind of disregarding that, similarly, social media, like companies know the role they played in disinformation.
Yep.
And, because of congressional hearings and stuff like that, they started taking steps where they're like, well, we're going to let people know when there's disinformation. Like, right. Where it's like, okay, this person's saying this, but just so you know, this is the science, or this is like the main line thinking on this. They just got rid of that, and I wonder if that's a similar thing where it's like, well, I mean, technically if we get rid of that, it's more money for us. So, right. Cause I mean, who cares if there's proper or wrong or right information if it's making you money,
Yep.
Yeah. It's a scary world. I don't know. I mean, I'm still I know I went on a rant and stuff. I'm still optimistic. I think people know better, and I think they're. What is it? You can fool some people sometimes. You can't fool all the people all the time, kind of thing. I kind of like to believe that. I don't know if I can believe that because I'm kind of a history nerd, and there's definitely been a lot of points in history where a very big group of humans did very horrible things. And this repeats a lot in history where it's like civilizations you'd think were great and wonderful, kind of fail because they do some really terrible things. So I don't know if this has base to it, but I still tend to like to believe in the idea that people aren't that my beautiful country is not that dumb. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because I really do like this country, I do. So I don't know. But I like it based on a lot of the principles it was kind of founded on, and as cheesy as that is, I actually am like one of those weird people who I really do like the Constitution.
I know you're being facetious, but as cheesy as that is.
Well, I don't know if it's cheesy because I feel like a lot of people who get like the Constitution tattooed and stuff haven't read the thing. Like,
well, yeah, I agree with
I think there's a lot of people who like claim constitutional love and they've never taken the time to look at like what it is or like look into like why certain things were written in the Constitution or what.
I think there's a lot of
Cory
people
was just ranting about antitrust. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, I think there's a lot of people who love the Constitution, but really they only love one amendment in the Constitution.
Yeah, and or they'll pick and choose amendments that they like. But what Cory was talking about too with antitrust, that's very much baked into the founding of this country. Like that was a huge concern, of the founders. Was the idea of like unchecked, unregulated businesses. Like it was a debate had back then. And understandably so, because they had a lot of problems with monopolies, like,
Yeah.
anyhow, and antitrust got a lot stronger later on, when they saw the bad results of monopolies. But you want to think of the last really bad problems we had, just to kind of highlight what Cory's saying, the last real bad problems we had with antitrust that got to the point of like shanty towns and like some pretty like nefarious stuff where you literally had people owning entire cities that people were employed by, and they'd own the grocery store. They pretty much owned everything. So like if you got a raise, great, but you're never getting time off. And that raise is going directly to our grocery store, which is raising the cost of everything to make up for the raise you got. So you're never leaving. Like we own everything about you. The last time that happened, those were railroad companies that ran those businesses. And why did the railroad companies get away with it? What, were you going to get on another train? Like there weren't other trains. You had one train you could take. That's why they were able to get away with it. So you want to think about what I'm just, Cory, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I feel like there is a pretty one-to-one analogy here where if the internet becomes that train, like what other train are people going to take? They're forced to take that train, and then the train company can do whatever they please because there's no antitrust, right? This has happened in our history. Why would we ignore it? So I'm backing up Cory's take.
Yeah.
Okay, Cory, I'm going to step out for 2 seconds because I've been going for 4 hours. I got to draw these people. Feel free to talk to the chat about how I'm stupid and they shouldn't they shouldn't listen to anything I say. I'm an art major, okay? All right, I'll be right back.
How's life, Scott?
Well, not too bad. I'm busy. You weren't here when I was talking about this. I'm doing this for Surprise Comics for their Black Friday.
That looks really cool. Tell me, give me the skinny on that. Yeah,
so they every year they do a Black Friday event and they give away a print, and then later after Black Friday they'll sell the print. So if you go in there, purchase something, you get this free print. And up until now, Eric Henson has done all of them, but he's not available, so they're having me do it. So I've got to kind of up my game, so they're not going to be disappointed if they're hoping for something Eric did because he's so awesome. But I think I'm pretty happy with this. So
it's looking awesome right now.
That looks phenomenal, dude.
Yeah, I'm really happy with it. And what I'm going to do, I'm also filming some of my process, so I'll do a video of it. But I am going to, this whole time I've been inking this isn't going to be the actual inks. I just want to get a tight version. I'm going to print it out on Bristol. Actually, I'm going to print it out in reverse on the back of Bristol. And then I've got a light box. I'm going to flip it over and then I'm going to ink it. So I'll have an original piece that I can sell as well. And it's just been a long time since I've done, I do my sketches and stuff when I do sketch covers, but those are rough. And this is the first time I've done something. It's just been so long since I've traditionally inked something really tight like this. So it's a little intimidating, but it's something I want to get back into because I just remember how much I love traditional inking,
Yeah. Scott, have you ever tried, you've done the regular Lightbox transfer, right? Where you just print it on like paper and then tape it to the back of your bristle and then transfer it that way?
Yeah.
Okay, but you're just going to try the new thing?
I heard this technique and I thought it was it sounded kind of cool. So I was going to give it a shot and see how it works. And if I transfer it and put it on the light box and it's wonky or it's weird, doesn't feel right, then I'll do something different.
No, I think it'll work really well. Cause like in theory that should get a much more accurate view of it too. And save time, which is kind of cool.
Yeah. So I'm pretty pretty excited about it. And and the other thing, when I've been using a brush pen, but I can't get the kind of control as I can with an actual brush. So I went and bought some new brushes, and so I'll do it with the dip pen. It's my brush and inkwell, and so it should be fun. But I'm trying to get this done because I've got another comic book project starting up for one of my cybersecurity things that Kevin's actually going to illustrate a story for it, which is cool. So I'm looking forward to working with him. But I want to get this out of the way first. Well, actually, I want to get this drawn, and then tomorrow I think I'm going to dedicate some time to writing the outline for that comic. And then, depending on how far along I get with that, then I'll get back to working on this. But it should be, hopefully it'll be a cool video, because I think I'm going to go, at least for an hour or two, I'm going to go to their Black Friday event, which is at like at midnight. And they usually have a ton of people there. So I'll go there, I'll get, I'll sign some of these prints, and then I might go back the next day and do some commissions. I don't know. We'll see.
That sounds cool. That's such a cool comic shop. Like, to me, it just sounds like, an ideal kind of scenario for a comic shop. I wish we have some cool comic shops here, but I wish we had one a little bit more like that, because they seem really active in the community.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they know what they're doing as far as they know who their customer base is, which is mostly big two. I mean, they're there's different pros and cons to different comic stores. Like my friend Arnold, he owns a different, he owns that Ghost Cactus. We've had him on with the Gold Key guys.
Mm-hmm.
Two very different stores. I mean, he mostly specializes in just old back issues, where Surprise Comics, they have back issues and they do sell stuff like that, but they're mostly they've got their new stuff, and they're big on variant covers and and those exclusives and things like that. So that's there's different ways you can run comic stores. So yeah, but they definitely like to do their promotions and stuff. And who knows? I mean, if Eric keeps getting this busy, because Eric's now at the point where he's doing a lot of cover design for. He's doing tons of stuff for like Chaos Comics and all their Kickstarters, and like he's done a ton of like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle stuff, like exclusives, and so he's
moving on to the big boys,
Yeah. So which is a cool gig if you can get to be a cover, do just covers and stuff. That's what most people want to do, because it's so much easier than sequential art. But.
Well, covers are also great too, because they tend to pay traditionally a little closer to illustration, where it's like, for some reason, page rates have just never caught up to illustration rates.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Cory, how's your comic coming, my dude? I saw some pages.
Yeah.
I've got two pages inked, 4 pages penciled. I think I'm going to release it in like 4 to 6 page chunks.
Nice.
Yeah, so it's good. I've got a dozen or so of the characters designed. I'm kind of playing with like the world that I'm trying to inhabit as far as like a coloring style and inking style and a lot of that type of stuff. So
yeah,
it's good. It's fun. Yeah, it's.
Does it feel like more kind of creatively fulfilling than kind of like, I don't know. I remember a little bit ago you were kind of feeling like slightly in a slump, about. Do you feel like that's kind of broken a little bit?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, I think so. It's got thrown a little bit of a curveball, which is what I'm dealing with tonight, where they're upgrading my laptop at work.
Oh my goodness.
And so everything was going fine, but then Adobe wouldn't install on the new laptop. And so we spent like 5 hours on Friday trying to figure it out. Anyway, so it was kind of frustrating. And now I'm getting locked out of Google accounts, and so yeah, it's been like 48 hours of tech nightmares. So I haven't been able to do much. Just that soul sucking, awful garbage. You know what I mean?
I do. Yeah, it's tough when you're like you've built in a habit or something, right? And it's kind of like equivalent to like, let's say you had like a workout habit and you go to the gym and the gym is flooded. So you go home and you like, go to use your workout equipment. It's all dead. And then you go to jog and it's like, maybe it's like the worst weather in the universe. So you can't go out. It's like you're doing everything in your power, but like everything else is saying no. Those can be very frustrating moments. Yeah.
Yep. Anyway.
I don't know why that needed an analogy. I don't think that needed an analogy. I could have just said it's very frustrating when your computers fail.
I think everyone understands what that's like.
Yeah. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Anyway, if you haven't taken a look at what Google's got on you, go take a look at it.
Oh, how do you check that out, by the way?
Go to myactivity.google.com, and then you can go in and you can delete all of it, and then you can set it to like auto delete, and then you can also do some things like that. But yeah, it's really frustrating.
Yeah.
So yeah. Anyway, yeah. So I'm just annoyed that like I get that Adobe's trying to get you to not pirate. That's fine and that makes sense. But like it's just completely screwed up like the last 2 or 3 days of my life. So now I don't have a Mac until they fix that, which is just really annoying. And so I'm on my PC and my Linux box right now and all that. But yeah,
trying to kind of make it work.
Well, yeah, and also like my laptop, which I do my taxes on and like other things, is not with me, so I'm like remotely signing out of stuff so that some 20-year-old doesn't get tempted to do things. I mean I've got like I've got like 2 FA on things and stuff, but I'm nobody's perfect on signing out. So I think I might have some stuff that I'm signed into in my browser that I'm just uncomfortable with being outside of my possession, just like bank accounts and taxing things and whatever.
Yeah,
so,
that's always fun.
Yeah.
So what you're saying, Cory, is like in very much reality, next week we could be talking to AI, Cory.
Yep.
Because somebody could have stolen all your information.
Yep.
That's a little scary.
It's fun. I like it. It's my favorite.
So have you still been rocking the sauna? Because I know it's been getting colder. So I would imagine the sauna usage would go up, but am I wrong or would that go down? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I saunaed last night and let's see, last night, Wednesday, Monday, Sunday. So got in a few of them last week. Yeah, we'd go pretty often. And there's like a group of friends that have what would you say, like built saunas in their backyard. So we just kind of go to everybody else's houses. But, yeah.
That sounds cool.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fun. So it's like little sauna socials.
Yep.
On the flip side, it's finally getting it's finally, summer's over now, finally.
Yeah.
I think it ended last week. I'm hopefully going to get my spa up and running tomorrow. It had a leak last year, so
dude, I'm so jealous.
I'm going to see if I can get that working.
I need to get a spa because, like, that to me, like a sauna sounds fun. A spa sounds like to me way more fun because A sauna sounds healthy and a spa sounds relaxing.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, to be perfectly honest, like hot tubs gross me out now.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Well, because you're just sitting.
Even if it's just yours, not a public one.
Well, yeah, because even if you think, I don't know, I've read way too much on subreddits with like sauna users, and it's like, I never really thought about that. Like think about how you smell when you get out of a really well maintained hot tub. It's like you smell like the chemicals that are keeping it from, being really gross.
Being like a cesspool of like critters that want to grow on you.
Right. And then on top of that, like we do a cold plunge in between sauna sessions. So we'll be in there for like 5 to 9 minutes and we'll go out and cold plunge or whatever. You only have to get in there a couple of times and there's like this like oil slick on the top of like everybody's like hair products and sweat and whatever. And so at the end, everybody's like, I don't want to get in there anymore. And you just use the hose to kind of shower off. But like, you're just sitting in that in a hot tub.
Corey, Corey Scott
so,
has one of these things. This is cruel.
My hot tub tomorrow.
You should. I don't want to. You guys asked why it grossed me out.
No, I'm just kidding.
I love that it's from perusing Reddit. Yeah, it's from perusing Reddit where it's like Reddit. You can find the strangest things. Like you might think that from being in a hot tub, you're gonna have like a monster grow on your arm or something.
No,
you never know.
It's all logic based. I'm looking at it and going, yes, I am sweaty in a sauna, and I'm sweaty in a hot tub.
Your argument does have legs, and I can't disagree with your argument at all. Actually, I think I might even be in agreement with it, and yet still, I love that bucket of filth.
Yep. And
it's
just if you're cool with sitting in everybody else's juices, then
Oh, jeez. But what about couldn't a sauna arguably be doing kind of the same thing? Because you still have the moisture of everybody's guck in the air.
You've got the steam that you're throwing on the water. You throw the water on the rocks.
But what I'm saying is like steam and then sweat, gets in the air, right?
If
water when it's hot rises, correct, and becomes evaporates.
If somebody's dripping sweat onto the hot rocks, then you would breathe their sweat.
Okay, so it wouldn't possibly be like a scenario where you're in a concealed space where everybody's sweat is, and germs are like just floating into each other.
Well, it depends. Like you would have to have the air be at a boiling temperature, which it's not. The rocks are.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. You're probably getting whatever, but it's scientifically proven to cure like everything.
Yeah, saunas are really healthy. They are very healthy for you. You know what though? Like I have heard that like just the hot cold temperature, even in a spa, can be really healthy for you. Although you're right about water treatment, like it is tough. Like to here's what I don't understand, because I have friends who own pools, right?
Yeah,
and their skin is not falling off.
Sure.
So what do you do in regards to a pool to make sure that your skin doesn't fall off?
Well, a lot of people nowadays are doing saltwater pools, and those are. Mm-hmm, yeah, I've swam in several recently. My cousin that you guys met in Van Nuys, he's got a saltwater treatment in his pool, and it's a lot better and a lot more natural, because the most of the water that we have in our body is salt water. You know what I mean? Like our tears and our sweat and those types of things. Like we deal in salt water a lot more than we do in like chlorinated or there's chlorination, and then there's a starts with, I can't remember, but anyway, bicarbonate or whatever. But yeah, there's I don't know. It's fine. I'll still get in the hot tub occasionally, but the hot tub is relaxing. The sauna is like rejuvenating. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Is like I feel like between the two, I feel like to me a spa still sounds way more fun. But okay, here's a question, Cory, about the sauna. Out of a real curiosity too, because the sauna is. Am I wrong in this? It seems like a sauna might actually be less expensive than a. Is it less expensive to kind of do than a hot tub?
Oh, 100%. And it's a ton less work too.
Okay. So
Like-
that makes it really interesting to me because, I'm now a poor high school teacher.
Yeah, it's I mean, consider how much it is to build a wooden shed.
Yeah.
And then you probably wouldn't need to, but I do. Throw some insulation in there, And then you're in a few $1,000s, and then after that, it's either electricity or wood. And that's it's kind of self-cleaning.
So here's a question about how long does it take to set up your spa to go in it?
How long does it take to set up? Well, so
not spa, sorry, sauna. Sorry.
Oh.
But spa I'd like to hear after. Sorry. Sauna.
You mean like to light the fire and get the fire going?
Yeah.
So I have a wood burning stove, so it's a little bit more work. So, I've got to split the wood and then build a fire and then stoke the fire, and so it's like 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay.
Maybe 3 times in an hour, and then you're ready to go. So I'll go in there, split the wood, build the fire, get the fire going. That'll heat it up from, like 40 to 100 degrees, and I'll go out, 20 or 30 minutes later and put a bunch more wood in there. And that takes, 3 minutes, and then go in again, and that's another 3 minutes. And then a little bit of cleanup. Like you got to, I don't like keeping the dunk tank full of everyone's filth. So I just kind of like empty that at the end of each session. And then I've got some felt pads down, and so I dry those. I just hang them to dry, and then you dump a bunch of water on the stove at the end of the night, and this giant plume of steam kind of fills the room and pulls everything out the door, and you leave it open to cool. So I'd say maybe like 20 minutes spread out over an hour ahead of time, and maybe like 5-minute cleanup at the end of the night.
And then how long does the sauna last?
Depends on how talkative you are with everybody. So like,
so you're me. How long does the sauna last?
Yeah, you could probably go for 60 to 90 minutes. I've been in and out in 45, with people that just don't talk a lot. And then, but if it's like a social thing, then every stage of it is going to take a little bit longer because you're in the middle of a conversation, and you gotta wait for the story to end or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah,
And then Scott, just in curiosity, because I've never owned a spa, what's the maintenance like on a spa? Like, how do you kind of keep it up?
So it's basically just adding bromine tablets to it.
Okay. That's what I was trying to think of.
What's that?
That was the word I was trying to think of. Was bromine.
Oh yeah. But it usually every season I just shut it down, and then usually I have to bail out whatever water's in there. I mean, you can drain it, but it takes forever. So I bail out the water, which, kind of a pain. But this season I had a leak. So for my maintenance this year, I bought new parts. It's basically replace the O-rings and the couplings. Hopefully that will stop the leak.
Okay.
And once, and then it's a matter of filling it, which takes, if it's completely empty, it'll take a good 2-3 hours maybe to fill it.
Okay.
And it takes about, maybe not even that much, but and then it takes to heat it up for the first time, it takes it takes close to a good day, to get it where you want it. And then whenever you want it, then it's pretty much ready. You just add, once you check your levels, and then you add bromine as you need it. And sometimes you have to, if your other level, sometimes you add some baking soda to keep it, you just balance it out.
Okay,
It's bad.
interesting. Okay, curiosity about that, because I would imagine this might be another advantage of now we're doing saunas versus spas because it's interesting. But another advantage I could see of like a sauna is like Cory, your sauna you just use wood fire.
Yeah, I
Oh,
bought
did we lose
a.
Cory?
I bought it. No, I'm still
Okay.
here. I bought a wood burning stove on Facebook Marketplace, and I just just get wood and throw it in there.
Nice. And so is it electric or is it
No,
how does it work?
Yeah, I take junk mail that they send me use that as kindling, and then I split things into tinder and build a fire.
Nice. Around election season, you're gonna get a lot of that.
Yeah.
I'm so sick of the
Jeez.
junk mail.
Oh my gosh.
I live in Idaho. Nobody cares about my vote.
That makes sense. I'm in a swing state, so I get more than all of you guys.
I don't understand in California why they bother, but we get a ton, man. It's like it is a ton, but I don't personally understand it because like what does our vote matter? You know where California is gonna go,
Yeah.
But yeah, that's true. Arizona is one of the states,
Oh yeah.
That's got to be interesting. I've never lived in a swing state. Is it fun to live in a swing state?
Not now, it isn't. No, I mean, I don't. And then when it's not election season, I don't even think about it. So I mean, it's weird because I mean, I don't know. I guess just it's not. I mean, when you're striking up a conversation, you never know where people lean, I guess, is the thing, and you just.
Oh, that's true. Well, I mean, the area I live in is very much like that. Like, weirdly enough, like a lot of people might think, like, people who aren't familiar where I live in California, that I live in California, therefore very liberal area, but I live in a very red district, so it's I'd say your odds of running into a Republican are probably slightly higher in my area than a Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
And then, if it's a nonpartisan, the likelihood of that being a right-leaning nonpartisan is equally much higher than a non-leaning nonpartisan. I don't know if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of get that. I feel like actually, Scott, from what you've described of Arizona, even the weather, I feel like my area of California is pretty similar. Like it's not quite as extreme, probably on all levels, but it's kind of similar, because we just started cooling off probably the end of last week. That's where we finally started getting summer, or not summer, the end of summer, which is bizarre. It was really hot like a week ago.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it's crazy. This is the first, and I think this is the first cool Halloween we've had in, I can't even remember, which is just weird if you live somewhere else.
Yeah, no, I mean, I that's similar here, but I can definitely see where that would be weird for someone who doesn't live in a desert. Yeah, that's wild though. So here's my question. So Cory, you don't use any electricity in the fire then? It doesn't cost your electric bill?
I run some LED lights so we can see in there. But yeah.
Okay.
No, it's all wood heat.
And then I would imagine that's going to hit your electric bill a little bit if you're running a hot tub, right? Or is it?
Yeah, I know it does, but I guess I don't notice it because when you're coming off the summer and your electric bill is so high that by the time things start to cool down, you don't notice the difference really.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, because your electric bill is pretty.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, ours too.
Yeah.
Because you just kind of can't live in a desert.
So it's
you can't live in a desert without without some electric.
Unplug my headphones. Hold on, I can't hear you. There.
No worries.
I'm back. If you said any important in the last 2 seconds, anything important, let me know.
And that is the secret to life. Don't you agree, Cory?
It is. It is.
I'm so glad we had that 5-second conversation. And, if anybody missed it, they might be missing out on the most important thing in the universe. Oh, hey, Scott. You guys are the coolest people in the world for hanging out with me
I'm glad I got
on
a
my
chance
screen.
to, man. I got it's pretty much all done, just spotting my blacks. But besides that, I mean,
Well, that's perfect because all I have left is I just have to color hold the sky. Yeah. And I still don't quite understand why they call it color holding. But
I
that's
mean,
what
it
they
kind of
call it.
makes sense, but it's like,
I think they used to mask off things that they would color hold on a screen.
yeah, it makes it more
And so it was
funny.
holding the color, like, withhold the color from this area. That's my guess, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Okay. Here's a question.
Mm-hmm.
Ever since Adobe's done the AI thing, have you noticed that Photoshop runs really crappy now?
You know what? I'm running because I've had issues with like I would have this thing. I'm running the previous version of pretty much all my software because I have the newest version on there, and there's times where like I was working in Illustrator and my cursor just totally loses control. It starts doing all kinds of weird stuff.
Yep.
And I noticed if I went back to a previous version, it doesn't do that. So
yeah, I'm having that the cursor thing you described. I have that happen all the time. I have it. I don't know what it is, but for some reason, when how just to go to brush, you just hit B, right?
Yeah.
I do that, and it goes to the brush, and then it clicks back to where I was previously. It's been doing that for a year.
Oh, wait. Yeah.
It's just like, I don't know. I feel like Adobe's been pretty laggy. Like, they have more bells and whistles now, but it's like annoying to do the thing it did well.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't think I'd be shedding any tears if Adobe decided to abandon the AI thing. But from what Cory's saying, it doesn't sound like that's gonna happen.
Adobe is the one that doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah. Well, it's also weird because it's like, well, I guess, yeah, I don't know. It's tough. I was gonna say it's like they're going against their own consumer, but then I was realizing like they probably want a broader consumer. So,
I mean, they make way more money off of the security, like cybersecurity side of things, and the business analytics and the active listening, than they do off of the Creative Cloud. The Creative Cloud is what they're known for, but it's kind of like Amazon makes way more money off of Amazon Web Services than they do like their storefront.
No, that makes sense. And actually thinking about it, that makes perfect sense because now that I think about it, the most successful software Adobe makes is probably, weirdly enough, like Acrobat. Like, just something everybody uses.
Probably. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Man. But I will say that this started getting bad with the subscription thing where it just gets laggy. But the last year and a half, I feel like, at least for me, Photoshop and Illustrator have just been acting.
You all right, Josh? You
Very.
up. Oh.
No. Did I freeze?
Yep.
But
I think I froze. Can you guys hear me?
You froze slowly.
We can hear you now.
Okay. That's very bizarre, but I do think I had a very strange little... Yeah, I guess you got to be very careful about talking.
It's Adobe owns StreamYard now? What's going on here?
No, it's just the internet knows you're talking bad about AI, like jammed your system.
It was me.
Oh, it did it again.
Oh.
Well, I think you're frozen there, Josh.
Okay. Can you guys hear me? I hope so.
Now we can. Yeah, now.
And now you didn't say something for about 10 seconds.
Am I frozen on the screen? Because I'm frozen on my screen.
Yeah, you're frozen on your screen.
Okay. Well, you guys, I'm back for a second,
Oh,
and
there
then
you go.
freezing again. It's like the lagging has caught up to the fact that you guys are awesome. Hung out, and I finished the page. So,
Awesome. Yeah, I'm almost done myself. I got most of my. I just got to spot Joker's blacks, and he doesn't have as many. So
that is beautiful, Scott.
I'm really happy with it. I'm digging it. I'm excited.
It's fun to see it all in black too, because like all the planning, like the stuff you had kind of in magenta in the background, it's like really reads well. Seeing it all.
Here, I'll turn those layers back on. You can kind of. There's the blue layer and the pink layer.
It's just so good.
Turn those off.
Yeah, that looks great, man. Can you do like just for people who are looking, like an image rotate and flip the page?
I just did that.
Make his thing full screen so that everybody can see it.
Yeah. Let's do that too. Let's show off Scott's beautiful work here. Okay.
Yeah, hold on. I just rotated it because I was working on Hartley, so I'll rotate it back. Hold on, let me see.
That's amazing.
Okay, here we go. There. So yeah, there's the Harley side and then the Joker side. And I was telling Josh that the cool thing. Corey, I was telling Josh the cool thing about this is there's no right or wrong side. So when I go and do my signing, the customer is going to get to pick which one's right or wrong. Because once I put my signature on, then there is a right or wrong side. So
yeah, that'll be cool. Yeah, it's such a cool concept.
It is.
I'm kind of surprised it hadn't been done because I just googled Joker card, Joker Harley card. I didn't see anything, so I was kind of surprised that I hadn't seen anyone. I mean, there may be somebody that did something similar that didn't post it, but I didn't see anything like it. So
yeah.
Okay, and if since I finished my page, I guess we should probably do like shout outs and stuff. So if if people want to get a better glimpse at this, it sounds like you're going to have a video coming out.
Yeah, I'll probably be. So what I'm thinking of doing, I'm recording my process. At least I recorded the sketch. I haven't recorded this part because this is just a tight guide for me when I actually ink it by hand. So I'll record all that I'll record my hand inking. And then I think what I'll do is I'll do the event, and then I might take some footage in the comic store of me signing them, and then I'll put it all together. And by the end of the month, I should have a video of it up.
That's amazing.
And so you guys are getting a little preview.
Yeah. So if you guys are near Surprise Comics too,
Yeah, Dylan says he lives in my city. I don't know why he doesn't stop by, but
yeah, dude, Black Friday, check it out. That's amazing, Scott. Thanks for hopping on here. People, obviously, if you aren't following, I mean, you guys know us from our casters and stuff like that. But if you aren't following Scott's stuff, you haven't checked out Young and the Dead, you should. Cory, where can everybody follow your stuff? Check out, soon to be dropping at some point soon comic pages and stuff, and also read like a novel, all sorts of interesting stuff.
Yeah, I've got the next chapter of Heart of Eternity half written. So if you want to check that out, you can go to corykerr.com/book. If you want to make sure you don't miss out on everything, go to corykerr.com/email and sign up for the email there. And I'm trying to decide on a name for the comic, but I'll kind of announce all of that on Substack as well. So it's all there.
Oh, are you going to change the name? Because I thought you had a name.
Sort of, but there's some like random character in some old role-playing game that is called a Muddite.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know. I'm not sure if that's going to be a copyright issue, and then
okay.
So I don't know. And I've been playing with the idea of Dungchester, which is, I don't know, kind of interesting, but I'm not sure. I'll come up with something. There will be something at some point, but I've got pages. I've got characters. I've got the story arc pretty much fleshed out, and I've got the first quarter of it written. So, and yeah, you guys can all read it for free once I start releasing it. If you go to corykerr.com/email and sign up for the email newsletter.
I love it. Thanks for hanging out. I know this was kind of a last minute thing where I was like, hey, I'm streaming. If you guys want to hop on, I appreciate hanging out with two of my favorite people in the world. And actually, I will say that, this community we have, this gives me hope too for the future. Cause I think we're okay, guys. We're all right. But yeah, so anyhow, if you guys like this stream and other things like it, again, these are interesting art streams where I usually hang out, work on art, and just kind of shoot the breeze about whatever's on my mind. Sometimes it will be a long political rant that nobody wanted to hear. Sometimes it'll just be goofy, jokes and bits and just all sorts of interesting, weird things. And regardless, we're always working on art, and that's what I love about these streams. So thanks to everybody who showed up in the chat, stuff like that. If you guys haven't yet, make sure you're subscribed to this channel, that you've hit the bell, you've hit the like button. Again, we're running into a world where algorithms and AI are running everything. So definitely make sure you feed the system that so that people can not miss the fun stuff we're putting out. And more people can discover kind of more interesting art and stuff like that. And make sure you check out Jacob's Apartment and Two Stories, my two graphic novels. One is the two stories, an autobiographical story that talks about destigmatizing mental illness. And I think people who are deep thinkers would really like that book. And then Jacob's Apartment is a slice of life story that delves into love, loss, and dreams that interweave in reality. And I think you guys would really dig that. So check out those books. And then again, there's Joshua Kemble albums on Spotify, about 5 albums of music to check out. And you want to make sure you're following that too, because my other band, No Saboteurs, we're in the process of mixing a song every week. We're doing like a full band things. So we had, our drummer up last weekend. And this is, I would say, probably the best music I've ever written. And my friend would say the same thing. So like our band, we're feeling very confident about it. Like it's the best stuff we've ever made. So I'm really excited to eventually share that stuff with you. But thanks, guys. You could be anywhere on a I should say a Sunday morning, but on a Saturday night. And so to choose to hang out with me on my channel and hang out with Scott and Cory and I is really awesome. And I do like that about this weird future we live in where we have interconnectivity. So thanks, guys. Have a good one. And I will see you on the next live stream. And I still need to figure out what we're doing for Artcasters, like if I can get a guest amid all the craziness. Hopefully I can. I know I have a book I just ordered by somebody I'd like to hopefully have as a guest
cool.
that we've had before. So I'm hoping I'm going to kind of put out feelers because I think that person's back from a convention. So we'll see.
And if Jeremy would be cool, I was just on his show recently.
Oh, it would be awesome to have Burley back on.
I wanted to check that out.
Yeah. He's anyway, he was like, yeah, he loves coming on, and I know Dylan and a few others are hanging out with him on Sundays when he live streams. So
you're talking about Jeremy Burley or different?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Burley's always great. He's always welcome. So maybe I'll reach out. If it doesn't work with this other thing, I think we should reach out to Jeremy anyway, because he's really cool.
Yeah,
it is Jeremy, right? I can never remember.
I think it's Jeremy, but it's just spelled
Jeremy.
with a G.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Jeremy. Yeah.
Okay. Then
every time he pronounces it, it's Jeremy. Just like
okay. Then I've been mispronouncing it forever, but I love the dude. He's a good dude. And we all hung out with him. He's a great guy. We got burgers. All right. Thanks, guys. We'll see you on the next thing. And yeah. And by the way, and Scott, just one more time, that looks amazing. All right. See you guys.
Later.
Yeah.